Celebrate Trump's arrest. Come on. Do, 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 do. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Daily Political Tarot Readings here on the Black and Tarot and Astrology on the Black and Orange channel. Thank you for sharing this with us. We have with us, this is the wonderful Sarah's here.
Hello.
It is always it just brightens my day to no end when Sarah is around. Just no end. So, yes, MTG. Oh, yeah, she was there for 2 hot minutes and didn't have a permit. Yeah. I did get a request, so we're going to start with Patsy Klein, who said her real name is Jeni. The trick with singing happy birthday, start low. Always, because you go to sing happy birthday at like a gathering, and somebody will always start like, and you're like, no. No. It's usually some guy as well who's like, wear a beard. It's like, no, we're not doing that. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jeni. Happy birthday to you and many more. Okay. I made waffles. Seriously. They're messy, but oh, I'm happy. Okay. All right. Soon, Trump to be fingerprinted, charged in historic court appearance. Oh, this is glorious. Oh, Christine says, me too, Autumn. Love when Sarah's here. She puts a smile on my face. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything to hear? Anything going on?
Believed to stem from
Oh, it's Andrea Mitchell.
Stormy.
All right.
To buy her silence before the 2016 election about her claim of an affair with Mr. Trump, a relationship he has denied. Hush money payments are not illegal, but the issue is
wow. Reported. It's a great day.
We will watch history unfold across the
yes, we will. Oh, yes, we will. After waiting for years.
With his Secret Service detail and travel downtown to
you're most welcome, Patsy Klein. You're most welcome, Patsy Klein. Happy birthday.
Under arrest.
Oh, Trump August place. Oh, we got the overview. It's 4 miles, I think they said.
We're still awaiting word on whether a mugshot will be taken. From there, Mr. Trump will be moved to the courtroom for his 2:15 arraignment before Judge Juan Merchan, who ruled late last night there will be no video cameras in court, but that photographs will be allowed, but only until the proceedings begin. And no phones or computers can be used by reporters in that room, so no real-time information is expected to come out.
And Mr. Trump has spent his time in New York City lashing out at Alvin Bragg and Judge Merchan on social media.
If somebody doesn't have glasses with a built-in camera and microphone, if some journalist doesn't do that, I'd be floored.
Well, that and the fact that the journalists can't do it, but Eric will.
Oh.
To deliver his
There's a thought.
At 8:15 Eastern time, where again we anticipate he will continue to go after prosecutors and to frame this indictment as election interference. And ladies, we're going to watch this TikTok as it unfolds. It's obviously a historic day, but what it also is a question about what's going to happen in the coming months, the coming year and change before the next presidential election, and what this is going to mean. Obviously, Donald Trump and his team are saying this is good for them. And so far, it has been good in the short term in terms of fundraising. But will it be good for them when it is the general election? If Donald Trump is the nominee, will he gain votes from
Okay, they're just talking.
The evidence that we built over the last 6 years. 2022.
You're good. Valerie, can you repost it? Because I was scrolling up and I couldn't find it. It got lost in the thing. I saw where you and Ricky, were talking about it and how you were going to do it for today, but I can't find the actual star of the show. So if you could repost it, that'd be awesome. Okay.
Marie Wells is asking, did MTG's protest fail? It was very chaotic, and she was there for 2 minutes, and people brought whistles, and she was there for like 2 minutes, and then she was chased back to her limo So, and then she did an interview with a journalist in the limo or something, and it's whatever. Oh, look at that, 45. I know they're not, but just the placement, it looks like they're taking him down there in an ambulance. Actually, do you know a little bit of trivia? A little bit of trivia. Orson Welles, whose voice just slays me every time I hear it. Orson Welles, he needed to get from, I think he was in certain plays and what have you, but then he had a radio show and they were different places. Well, he figured out that there weren't any laws about who could like be in an ambulance. So he got in an ambulance, one of those old fashioned, well, it was back in the 30s. So they got into an ambulance that rushed him straight to his other thing. And he got away with it for quite a while. So, Lisa, why an ambulance? Drama much? I know, right? I think it's just in case. But the placement of that is quite interesting. Yes, Darren, MTG didn't get a permit to protest. Nope. Well, since she's there to talk to everybody's manager. Well, but you want to tell her that she doesn't have a permit? She wants to talk to your manager. She's going to get you fired. Oh, please. Yeah. So I was wondering if they were going to take him in an ambulance, but I doubt it. All right, we'll listen here. Oh, but really quickly, I just want to say, okay, the dance for today, I'm calling it. It's some version of the Charleston. All right, now if you can't do much, you can kind of do the with the hands. All right. Now, if you're sitting and you can't move around much, maybe you're at work, okay, you can just do the Charleston with your feet while you're sitting in your chair. Okay. And if you can get up, you can just do a simple forward, back, forward, back. Or if you really want to get into it, you can do the whole. All right. So today's dance is a Charleston.
That'll work.
Behind me, but you used to be able to see the courthouse over my shoulder, but now the sidewalk is 3 or 4 people deep with photographers, videographers, reporters, and other Manhattanites who just wanted to come down and see the history here once Mr. Trump arrives in the building. But in the last 20 minutes or so, I had an opportunity to have a brief conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene, as I said, after she was rushed out of here in her SUV, about both the reception she received here, which I think could speak to some of Donald Trump's discussion on social media about a change of venue, which I know you guys are going to talk about perhaps a little bit later, and to the conversation you were just having, Katie, especially, about this idea of whether this indictment, the potential for other indictments, present him with so much political baggage, it becomes untenable for him to move forward, even when Republicans argue that these indictments are somehow helping him in this moment. I want to play a little bit of our conversation, talk about it quickly on the other end.
The reason why I came out is to protest, and it's our First Amendment right to peacefully protest, not to cause problems or break any laws, but to use our voices. And we have to stand up against this. For 6 years, everyone warned, the Democrats warned that President Trump would destroy democracy. But actually, democracy is being destroyed today. They're not prosecuting President Trump. They're persecuting him. And it's all because he's the leading Republican candidate for the presidential election for 2024. Alvin Bragg is making the best case possible to Republican voters to vote for Donald Trump.
If people are focused on inflation and the borders and all those other issues that you suggest are animating voters, why is the fact that he's going after Donald Trump a better case than those issues that they care about so personally?
Because it exposes the Democrat Party.
Now, all of those political issues will be elevated or dealt with in their own due time. As for me, I've got to head to the courtroom here momentarily, but one additional piece of reporting here. When we get to the courtroom, it is highly likely that Donald Trump's attorneys will have not yet seen the indictment, will not yet be familiar with the charges against him. If that is the case, according to sources talking to our Jonathan Deans and Adam Reese, our kind of crack courthouse team here, it's likely that the Trump defense attorneys then might ask for a short recess to have an opportunity to review the charges against them. Something that we should all keep in mind as everyone outside of the courtroom is in something of a news black hole while those proceedings are going on.
Garrett, thank you so much. And we'll be very interested to hear what you have to say when you come out of that courtroom. We'll let you go for now. So, Laura, we just heard that new reporting from Jonathan Deans. I'm going to add to that a senior security official says there is a back room off the courtroom where if they wanted to review the indictment and the judge decided to allow them to, that's where they could go. Would that be something he would likely allow them to do, especially if it's voluminous?
Yes, I can't see a reason why he would object to that. And it makes sense that they would want to pour through it since they haven't seen the actual document.
Yes, okay.
Court administration officials and
Your Honor, conjecture. Okay, Ricky says, and the star of the show, the judge in the indictment of Donald Trump. Boo-boos and kitty. Wake up, wakey, 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 wakey. It's time.
Oh goodness.
I don't think he's going to be there on time. But yeah.
Possibly, Lady Eva. Some of that.
What are we talking about?
Lady Eva asked, are we actually going to see what the charges are today? That was some of the stuff that started, quote, leaking last night, and I've got that in as number 5.
Sometimes you do.
Supposedly, there are reportedly 34 felony charges in the indictment. Yes. So exactly what those are, we will hopefully find out today. Thank you, Eileen. That's very sweet.
Thank you, Eileen.
Expected to be more than 30 counts. I'll actually get to see you, Andrew Weissman, instead. And whether this becomes a felony, we expect that it's going to be a felony, will depend on what the underlying charges will be.
Thank you, Marie.
What is going to elevate this to a felony? So can you walk us through what specifically you will be looking for in the explanation for how Alvin Bragg makes what is usually a misdemeanor in New York a felony?
Sure. Well, first, I think everyone's thinking that the charges are going to be limited to this so-called hush money scheme and not go into sort of the larger financial case that by all accounts may still be under investigation and still could be brought. If it is related solely to this hush money scheme, the key crime is filing or creating a false business record. And Katie, as you said, that is something that simple charge is
Rose
a
Blue, it's on the screen.
Law. However, if it is done to further or to cover up any other crime, presumably any other state crime, although there's an open issue whether it could be a federal crime. But if you're doing this to advance another crime or to cover up another crime, it can be a felony.
So it's off
what
and
is
on.
unknown and what I'll be looking for, and many people will be looking for, is if that felony is charged, and people think there will be that kind of charge, what is the other crime that is either furthered or covered up? Is it tax charges? Is it campaign fraud? What is the other crime that would elevate this to a felony? And then finally, I will be looking to see whether one of the crimes is a conspiracy charge. And that allows the DA to bring in other types of acts. For instance, we've focused on Stormy Daniels. If there's a conspiracy charge, it could extend to what happened with Karen McDougal, which was, by all accounts, appears to be part of this sort of catch and kill strategy. So those are the things that I'll be looking for.
If the crime committed to cover up another crime, if the second crime there is a federal charge, a federal financial charge, for instance, and this is a novel connection that this DA is making, does that open up Alvin Bragg to an appeal? And how risky is it?
Well, we have to see. I mean, it could be that is one of the theories, but not the only theory. In other words, there could be state charges as well that are used. One theory is this federal charge. And so that is an open issue. And so that will be something that any defendant, and here it's Donald Trump, will be able to make a legal argument to the trial judge saying that the particular statute did not contemplate federal charges. It has to be in furtherance of or to cover up a state charge. And the judge will rule on that, whether that is something that is a good argument by the defense or a bad argument. And then ultimately there could be an appeal of that issue. But that happens all the time where somebody has a legal issue and
well, thank you for being here, Wildflower.
And the courts do their job of hearing from both sides and then making that argument. I would be, I guess, somewhat surprised if that is the only theory that is used by the DA, because I would agree with you, Katie, that seems like it would be sort of unduly risky to put all of your eggs in that basket as opposed to having just that be one of many theories.
And Chuck Rosenberg, let's talk about the demand from Donald Trump and his attorneys for a change of venue to move this whole trial out of Manhattan, claiming that they can't get a fair jury because it is a Democratic state.
Thank you,
had a lot of experience
WV
with this in the past,
Thank you.
Including the worst cases we've ever prosecuted, the 9/11.
Oh, thank you, lady. Even that's sweet.
In Virginia, right near the Pentagon, which was one of the attack sites.
Our federal courthouse in Alexandria is about 3 miles from the Pentagon, where many innocent people lost their lives that horrible day. And we found a fair jury in the Eastern District of Virginia.
Okay. Kristen from Uncover the News brought this along. Representative Jim Jordan tweeted, "The indictment wouldn't happen if President Trump didn't run for office." George Conway tweeted, "The indictment wouldn't have happened if Donald Trump weren't a criminal sociopath."
I mean, where's the lie, though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really.
Defendants often bring motions either to dismiss a count, as he was discussing, or perhaps for a change of venue. They don't often succeed. The question is, can you find a fair jury in Manhattan? The answer is yes.
And if the judge denies the change of venue request that we anticipate, is that potentially an appeals argument also? But certainly there will be an appeals argument on the charges if it's stepped up to a felony, because that is a novel theory that needs to be tested.
Right. So there are motions. There are motions that are brought pre-trial, before trial, and then they are preserved if they're denied by the judge, so that if there is a conviction, the defendant can renew those to an appellate court. So will there automatically be an appeal, let's say, of a judge's denial to move venue? And the answer is, well, perhaps, but only if Mr. Trump is convicted. If he's not convicted, if he's acquitted, the case is over. There are no appeals. So there's a long road ahead of us. Pretrial motions, trial perhaps, conviction perhaps, appeals perhaps. This is really like the first day when you check into the hotel.
And we don't even know that it's going to get to a trial because you have all of those pretrial motions.
That's right. There's a lot of things that can happen on this road.
Chris?
Andrew, I know you have a lot of experience with change of venue. I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. But there are two other things I've heard a lot about in terms of possible defense questions, Laura, to the judge. One is about dismissal, which seems to me happens frequently. The other is about recusal. We know that they think, or at least Donald Trump thinks, that he has been biased. Juan Merchan has been biased. Is today when that happens? And what do you expect?
No, okay. That will all play out within the course of months. You have 45 days, as I understand it, to file some of these pre-trial motions. So we'll see it relatively soon, within the next couple of weeks play out. But that will not be for today. Today is going to be a very ministerial, sort of rote legal process. It could play out within 15 minutes. It could be pretty short. I don't think you're going to see a lot of argument today. You may hear sort of a preview, depending on how Trump's defense team wants to go about it, but you're not going to hear any any lengthy argument about anything we're talking about here today. That's going to play out later. I should also just say you have to have a basis for these motions. So they can talk about motions to dismiss. They can talk about statute of limitations. They can talk about a lot of different things. You have to have a legal basis for all of those. And that's where sort of the rubber is going to meet the road, and how they explain some of these things. They haven't even seen the charges and the counts themselves. So we're a little bit premature here.
Okay. Katie?
So we are waiting to find out exactly what's going to be in this indictment, but we expect it to be about the payments, at least in part, to Stormy Daniels made by Michael Cohen, and that Michael Cohen says Donald Trump reimbursed him specifically for. And we have a picture of those checks that we can show you of the reimbursements. Donald Trump's team said this was for legal fees. Michael Cohen said Donald Trump knew full well that he was paying him back for paying Stormy Daniels off. And it's helpful to go back to that time in 2016 to remind people of where we were in the campaign when Michael Cohen says he was making these payments to Stormy Daniels for
That could be dangerous,
$130,000.
Alexandra.
This was in the days before the election. Donald Trump was dealing with the fallout and the intense backlash from two things. One, the Access Hollywood tape where he bragged about being able to grab women. We all know that. But also, secondly, remarks that he made about the former Miss Universe, Alicia Machado, commenting or criticizing her for his weight. So he was dealing in that moment with a lot of allegations of misogyny.
Okay, that was an amazing slip of the tongue.
And still
Criticizing
what he felt was a lead in
Trump,
the campaign.
criticizing him for his weight.
So any more allegations of Donald Trump being an adulterer or a porn star coming out and saying that Donald Trump had an affair with me, the porn star, Stormy Daniels saying that, the campaign felt at the time that this would have been a problem. And that's why Michael Cohen says he was making these payments, in part at least. And Dasha Burns, it was all happening at Trump Tower, where you are standing outside of right now. This was the headquarters for the campaign. It's where all of these conversations were had in the moment. At least one person was usually inside that tower. I know Donald Trump asked for and expected protesters and supporters to come out for him today. What has it been like there at Trump Tower, Donald Trump's home for so many years?
Yeah, well, Katie, the scene here today is a quiet one, maybe the quiet before the storm. We're expecting that he will depart from Trump Tower. This is going to be the start of that choreography that we've been talking about all day. He'll be leaving here likely within the next hour or so. We saw a small group of Trump supporters here earlier today, but not much more beyond that. We've seen groups of tourists here, some onlookers, a lot of curiosity. Other than that, a massive police presence, of course, barricades all around this area. We've seen some officers directing traffic, starting to direct traffic away from the Trump Tower block of Fifth Avenue. And right now, the only real indication we have of what's going on inside that war room inside Trump Tower right now in his residence is from the former president himself. He has been once again posting on Truth Social. He was posting all day yesterday throughout his trip here to New York, late into the night. And once again this morning, he's been going after, as expected.
Yes, sorry. No, I'm amused. I didn't realize I was still muted. I've been making little sign proofs, but I forgot I was muted.
Other so-called rhinos, other Republicans like Paul Ryan, Karl Rove. He's also been attacking the judge that is overseeing this arraignment, which of course complicates some things for the court and for his lawyers potentially. Speaking of which, three of his attorneys.
There's an issue with the volume. People can't hear MSNBC, but our volume is really loud.
Okay, I was trying to even it out, but I didn't get it right.
Just joining, announced last night, according to the website for his law firm that he's leaving to join the Trump team, he does have experience representing clients who have faced grand jury subpoenas, criminal charges. He spent 9 years as a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. That last minute 11th hour edition shows you how they're preparing for what is likely to be an intense legal battle ahead here, Katie.
Dasha Burns, thank you for that. Andrew Reisman and Chuck Rosenberg, you are going to stay with us. And all of you are watching MSNBC special coverage of the arraignment of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, in New York City. We're back in just 60 seconds.
I've always been prone to hear
Oh, it's a good day. Unfortunately, I can't read the chat right now. Sorry, I've
You're
just got to
good.
put my mascara on.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, it's such a good day. Just want to soak this up.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Marianne. Oh, goodness.
What's going on?
Oh, Marianne was having the same issue with the volume. Because if they turned
Sorry
it up to NBC, whenever we would talk, it would boom. And she's in an office full of Trump supporters. So, sorry. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's it's really loud. So when it's at full volume, you can't hear us. But I was trying to find a happy medium. I don't know that there is one.
It is all good. You all are fabulous. Here we go.
In Manhattan, the former president is expected to leave Trump Tower for the courthouse in the next hour. He's facing about 30 charges in the hush money case, and we'll find out more specifics once the indictment is unsealed. Former President Trump's court appearance is expected at 2:15 Eastern. And joining us now, former Manhattan Assistant District Attorney Rebecca Rofri, former U.S. Attorney Joyce Vance, NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, Politico White House Bureau Chief Jonathan Lemire, host of Way Too Early here on MSNBC. Andrew Weissman and Chuck Rosenberg are still with us. Rebecca, I want to start with you because you're someone who has spent a lot of time in that building. You've gone through countless arraignments, I'm sure. What will be typical about the next few hours and what won't? Both what happens when Donald Trump first goes through those doors and once he gets in that courtroom.
So I think some of the security measures will be different. Of course, the Manhattan DA's office is used to high-profile cases and a great deal of media attention, but this is different, if not in kind, in degree. And because of the Secret Service, the way in which he comes in may be different, and the way in which he proceeds to that courtroom may be different. But once he gets there, I imagine the proceedings will be very similar. And as was being said earlier, these proceedings are fairly routine, and not a lot of drama normally happens during arraignment. So we'll see if those proceed in the way that they have in other cases.
And Joyce, what are you watching for when the 30-some charges that we think are in that sealed indictment are unsealed? How does this go from a misdemeanor to a felony, potentially?
Right. That's exactly, I think, what we'll all be looking at, Andrea, because for these charges of business record falsification to become felonies, that conduct has to have been committed to further or to conceal another crime. The question is, what crimes have the Manhattan DA prosecutors landed on? There's some expectation that there will be tax crimes involved. There's some expectation election crimes could be involved. And Andrew discussed earlier the little wrinkle there. It's not clear whether a federal felony qualifies. So that would involve probably some further litigation, some risk on appeal. It seems likely to me that the Manhattan DA's office has looked through this very carefully, and they have access to information that they developed in the grand jury that the public may not be aware of. So we may see some surprises, some crimes that are different than what we expected, perhaps an expansive conspiracy charge. I think I'll be looking to see what the surprises in the indictment are.
And Jonathan Lemire, let's talk about the pressure on DA Bragg because of these attacks from Donald Trump, from his supporters. How much pressure and how is he expected to respond to this, if at all, today in this news conference that he's scheduled in the 3 o'clock hour, we think?
Yeah, there's been an extraordinary amount of pressure on him all along since taking the post, because initially, you'll recall, his predecessor did not bring a case against Donald Trump, and it looked like Bragg wouldn't either, at least to start. Now something's changed. That's certainly something we're going to be looking for, was perhaps there new information, new evidence, new testimony that spurred the decision to bring these charges forth later today. But you're right, there's also the public relations matter here. And I think Bragg, his office has telegraphed at this point, they don't want to try to play politics. They did, though, snap back at House Republicans. You'll recall a week or so back when they were trying to get testimony or try to get Bragg or his colleagues to testify before their House panel, and Bragg and his team in a sharply worded statement said, no, they won't be doing that. That's not, these are separate powers here. We expect that when we hear from him later this afternoon after the arraignment, he will say that, look, no one is above the law. They're following the facts of the case, and they will proceed forward with due process. But you're right. It comes a backdrop of Trump and his allies unleashing scathing attacks, some of them deeply personal, some of them seemingly racist, some of them seemingly anti-Semitic against Bragg and his team. So there's going to be a heavy scrutiny on him, but also, unfortunately, there needs to be heavy security. We've seen that him travel with additional police presence in recent days in the wake of the former president's escalating rhetoric.
And just so everyone knows, what we're looking at right now on the bottom of your screen, to the left of your screen, is a picture of 56th Street in New York City. This is the lower end of Donald Trump's home, Donald Trump's tower, Trump Tower. And it's gotten a little bit of new branding in the years since he's left office, a 45 on that maroon sign there. If you walk in those doors, you'll walk into what was Donald Trump's bar, Trump Tower bar, and that is right across the hall, the lobby, from those gold elevators that everybody knows from so many years ago when he was having that parade of cabinet interviews with many notable names going up and down those elevators. He'll probably walk across that lobby, through the bar, and out underneath that maroon sign where we'll get probably a small glimpse of him before he gets into his SUV and he heads downtown to court. Again, Donald Trump is campaigning on this. He's already started doing that. They've been raising money on it. He's going after the prosecutors. He's going after the judge. He's going after Democrats, saying that this is all a plan to keep him from getting reelected. It's all election interference. He's using it to campaign on. Yamiche, you've been talking to voters out there. What do they say about these allegations? What do they say about this indictment? And what do they say about whether it makes them more interested or less interested in voting for Donald Trump?
Well, the answer to that question, Katie, really comes down to the person's party affiliation that you're talking to. When I was watching this afternoon, these dueling protest scenes between what the NYPD says is about 300 pro-Trump supporters and about 150 anti-Trump supporters, it was a reminder that this is really a perspective that is deeply, deeply tied to the political perspectives of Americans around this country. We've seen poll after poll that bear out, but in talking to people in recent days, Democrats have been telling me they're both ecstatic. That was one of the words that one of the Democratic voters I talked to said about seeing former President Trump be charged in this case. But a lot of Democrats are also very, very worried that this case either one will not stick or two will help him even more politically. As we see, he's raised something like $7 million plus in the days since its indictment was made public. It's also, of course, been something that as you said, he's been campaigning on, selling T-shirts like "I stand with Donald Trump." On the other side, you have Republicans who say this is really just an evidence of what they see as a large-scale conspiracy theory of big government coming after conservatives. And we know that former President Trump has just been leaning into that idea, saying that his legal problems are really the country's legal problems, and that his supporters are almost going to be the next on this imaginary list in his mind of people that are going to be targeted because of their political or party affiliation. So it's a very interesting thing to look at in this country, to see this historic moment and remember that everything that's happening here, while it's, of course, playing out in the legal field and playing out in a legal courtroom today, it is very much steeped in politics and the views of Americans, Katie.
Andrew Weissman, we haven't really talked about what exactly is going to happen to Donald Trump when he gets in there. There's this question about whether or not there's going to be a mugshot. What is typical? What are you expecting? How quickly will it go?
The $7
We've heard
million
about the
he
chaos
raised
outside to some extent, just because there's a lot of people, frankly, in the old part of New York where the streets aren't very big. But what's going to happen inside?
So there's sort of the norm, and then there's what's going to happen in a case where the defendant has Secret Service protection. So one of the things we've talked about and you previewed is this issue of, is he going to be handcuffed? Is he going to have a mugshot? Normally, you would have both. No matter who the defendant is. But that's because there's something different, which is he's got Secret Service protection. And there may be more to that story, but I wouldn't expect
Secret Service will let him get his picture taken?
Be handcuffed or have a mugshot. And you could argue, why that's wrong, but that's what I would not expect.
He's also got a new lawyer. We may see Todd Blanche today, yeah?
Absolutely. But the arraignment is going to be relatively quick, I would expect. There may be arguments about bail conditions. And that in arraignment, there's sort of two things that happen. One is the judge wants to make sure that the defendant has had an opportunity to read and understand the charges That's why there might be a delay, because if this is not unsealed until the defendant is actually in the courtroom, you can imagine taking a pause so that his defense lawyers and he can read everything. And the second is an issue of bail. He obviously will be released, but the judge may say something about what he can and cannot do. For instance, attacking the wife of the DA, or even trying to incite violence against anybody, including the DA, the people in the DA's staff, anybody else, because you don't want somebody who is a defendant out on bail doing that. And yes, there's I'd say a very good legal team that's in place, and a new member, as of, at least we've been told, as of yesterday.
Oh, great team.
Andrea,
if they can shut
picking
him
up
up
on that very
which they won't
point,
be
Chuck
able to do.
Rosenberg, let's talk about whether it's even likely that Judge Mershon would impose a gag order. We've seen in the past this exact thing happen with previous Trump allies in a federal court here. But this is a president, a man running for president, not just a former president, but a candidate, the leading candidate for the Republican nomination. There are First Amendment issues with any gag order, but they're profound with the candidate, given the politics are involved. So could this just be Judge Mershon perhaps admonishing all sides in the courtroom not to have attacks and ad hominem attacks, not to use social media?
I would expect an admonishment or two, like a lot of things in the law, Andrea. This is about drawing lines. On one hand, the judge wants to make sure that this is conducted with dignity and decorum in his courtroom, and to manage that process so that both sides get a fair trial, not just the defendant, but the government too. On the other hand, to your point, Mr. Trump is a candidate for president. And so it would be hard to tell somebody who's running for president that they can't talk at all about the criminal indictment that they're facing. It seems to be at least a campaign issue for him, if not also a fundraising mechanism. So it's about drawing lines. And I think the judge, who is well regarded for being thoughtful and running a good and dignified courtroom, will find the right balance here. And if he has to fine tune it, he can do that too. He could admonish people, and if they don't adhere to the admonishment,
Thank you, Sherry.
he can bring them back.
You.
And then he can impose a more stringent requirement if they're not listening.
Chuck Rosenberg, Rebecca Royfee, Joyce Vance, Michelle Sindor, Jonathan Lemire, Andrew Weissman, thanks to all of you. And coming up, how the New York City Police Department is keeping the peace at the protests around the courthouse. Donald Trump is about to be arraigned. Stay with us. You're watching special coverage on MSNBC.
Kristen and Holly, I have that in there.
Okay, seriously, Andrea Mitchell sounds like she's just put out by this whole thing. Like, she's just annoyed. It's like, what the heck, lady?
Yeah. But yeah, Kristen, I've got that in there.
I don't know if I can do this with my nails on now.
Oh, goodness.
See, even they're dancing. See?
Mm-hmm. All right, I've got to do my hair. So since you guys are here with me, hello, everybody. Spirit Watcher, literally any minute now.
Hello, everybody. Alexis Craig, did you see the tweet about president fraud? No, I didn't. That's pretty, it sounds good. Joanne says Andrea's always like that. And I don't know. It just seems like...
Yeah, she's really kind of phoning it in today.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on now. Work with me here. This is important. Alexis Craig, I sent it to your Twitter. Thank you. I'll be honest with you. I tried going into my Twitter messages last night. I don't know what's going on, but my Twitter messages are crazy. They make no sense. There's just weirdness going on over there.
Yeah,
so
it's a bit much.
Yeah. So I do have some posts on the community page. Maybe that would be a better place to put links or something like that, because man, oh day, it was nuts. Oh, here we go. discouraged she looks.
Minutes ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene was swarmed by counter-protesters
Sorry,
at a
doing my hair.
demonstration against the former president's indictment a little bit earlier. She was rushed back to her SUV just minutes after arriving and after she tried to speak. Joining us now from Collect Pond Park in
Listen to
New
those
York
whistles.
City, where the protest is underway, is NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Also with us is former D.C. Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence, Donnell Harvin. He's now a faculty member at Georgetown University. So, Ron, we saw the Marjorie Taylor Greene video from earlier and the interview that Garrett Haig did with her in the back of her SUV. I'm wondering if you're going to count the people there. Are there more media members in attendance, or are there more protesters out there?
I think there are more media and passerbys and bystanders than there are protesters on both sides. It's been that kind of day. It's a beautiful day out here. The crowd has been growing by the hour, and there's been a lot of yelling and screaming, as you can probably hear in the background. Over here, you can see there seems to be a little bit of a back and forth happening that's going on. The police have been very adept at trying to keep the two sides apart, keeping people who are pro-pressed and keep. They've been trying to keep the protesters for and against Donald Trump back on opposite sides. We're getting a lot of yelling and screaming in the background. You can hear a little bit of profanity. I'm sorry about that if you can hear it. Why don't we send it back to you for the moment so we can clear some of this up?
All right. Thank you so much for that, Ron. Donnell, I'm going to pick it up there because obviously there's been a lot of concern. New York Mayor Eric Adams warned Mr. Trump supporters to keep the peace. He specifically named Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is known for putting disinformation out there. But we also know the NYPD has roughly 35,000 officers ready to go. They are bigger and better trained, it's been pointed out, than some national armies. Talk about the scene you're seeing right there, what you think about handling a situation like this. Do you kind of let it go a little bit and make sure that nothing bad is going to happen? And because of your experience, I want to ask you, do you think there are lessons learned from 1-6 that are being applied here?
Absolutely. So the NYPD is the most capable and largest police force in the world, full stop. Everyone's consumed the after-action reports from January 6th, and everyone's learned their lessons. What you're seeing downtown right now is just, First Amendment protected activities. There's shouting, there's, signage. That's exactly what the First Amendment allows for. I think that in the Homeland Security space, what we do is we kind of widen the aperture and look a little bit more strategic. It's not the individuals that are out there yelling and holding up signs that you should be worried about. It's that person that's watching this at home on television that's plotting. It's not the large crowds necessarily like we saw on January 6th. It's that lone actor that we're really looking out for. And we're seeing signs of these individuals coalescing online and social media, talking about the next civil war.
Now, just how challenging is it? We know that there are 35,000 uniformed New York City police, the largest force in the country, the best intelligence force. You've got the Secret Service, you've got U.S. Marshals, you've got Capitol Police probably because you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene there as well, and they're responsible for her safety. But how challenging is it for the Secret Service to get Donald Trump in and out of this venue safely, given, the crowds around here and the fact that, he wants to play to the crowd. He wants an audience.
Well, Donald Trump is probably proving one of their more difficult to people to protect, protectees. Once again, this is a professional world-class service when you're talking about the Secret Service in terms of their ability to protect dignitaries and protectees, assisted by, once again, 35,000 strong in terms of NYPD, one of the largest standing armies if you compare them to some countries. They have the city on lockdown where they need to. Obviously, people are able to work. I was down there earlier today. You're able to walk around and conduct your business freely. And they'll make the moves they need to make. They probably orchestrated this not only on the ground, but also they've probably tabletop this and red teamed it like we did a lot of times in DC before a big event. And I'm not concerned about their ability to get them in and out of the locations that they need to safely.
All right, let's go back to Dasha Burns, who's outside of Trump Tower, uptown in New York City. Dasha, we've been watching the red awning underneath Trump Tower, looking for Donald Trump to start making his way over. Do you have any more information on timing?
we're still waiting here as well, Katie. We have seen crowds start to build up around here. The police presence is starting to grow. We've got a helicopter overhead here, so we anticipate that he may be coming out at any moment now. As I mentioned, they're starting to block off some traffic here around the Trump Tower block of Fifth Avenue.
Hello, Becca from House of Lenormand.
The anticipation was growing. This is a business district, a tourist district here. Everyone that's been walking around here over the last few minutes starting to break out their phones, starting to document this moment, as this is where the choreography that we've been talking about, that TikTok of this historic day, is going to begin, where he will depart to make that journey down to the courthouse here, Katie, at any moment.
And Dasha, thank you so much. And the legal implications, of course, of today's indictment are going to become a lot clearer once it is unsealed in the coming hour or two. But it may take a lot longer to assess the political implications, with polls showing former President Trump's chances of securing a GOP nomination rising after the indictment. And of course, his fundraising, $7 million plus and still growing. So how much could the indictment sway?
Okay, I'm gonna pull out some cards and start talking about stuff. We might see him zip across there like Josh Hawley, but
oh gosh. Okay, so you want to start from the top?
Sure.
Okay, so at 45:30, a small bout of violence unfolded at the courthouse this morning, with MAGAs charging the other side and destroying property and shoving. So far, the NYPD has kept it mostly under control. More people continue to be safe.
All right. And there was a question just in the chat about the safety of the with the crowd there. I have been reading on this for a few days, and I really was getting that NYPD is all over this.
Yes.
They are not going to be caught out. No. No.
And it was the MAGAs who started this stuff this morning. So,
well, this is the Knights of the conservative Knights. That's okay. I'm surprised it's not Knight of Wands, but here we go. Debo says, I don't believe for a minute he raised $7 million. That's some typical Trump garbage. That's a point. But even if he did, that is a drop in the bucket. He is so in debt.
Yeah.
His all the money he's lost from Truth Social cratering to people taking his name off of buildings, no less branding, less apparently Trump Tower was remarkably empty. Surprisingly empty throughout his presidency. Dan says, I'm surprised you still use Twitter. I go over there to really check the news, and I do post that I've done a live stream, but I don't. They'll never get a dime of my money. So, the crowd. Okay. Oh, thank you, Valerie. It does. It helps to watch this with you guys. It really makes a huge difference. Thank you. All right, I'll make myself big for just a minute. Hi, everybody. All right. No. Okay. So, there we go. Like a butterfly. Okay. The crowd. They're gonna go home.
Okay.
They may have started something. There's my Knight of Wands. They may start something. The whole country's watching. Actually, the whole world's watching. They may start something, but they're just going to go home and stew.
Yeah.
That's all I'm getting. So I wouldn't stress it.
Okay. And then next we have at 48. Oh, wait.
Oh.
He should get out of the race. So that was not exactly the same as saying,
a lot of men who
tune
talking in
in,
their
stand by.
sleeves.
We're going to have him speak momentarily on an historic day, just to point out. Chris?
Yeah, this is Governor. It's Chris Jansing, and you and I have talked about this quite a bit over the last week or so. This is a sad day in America, but it's also one
really.
that President Trump believes he can turn into a good day for himself. We've discussed the fact that he's raised a lot of money. But I want to ask you about places like Ohio, which you know so well. It's a state where Trump beat Biden 53 to 45%. And so, look, I mean,
a place, by the way, a place, by the way, where I smashed him in the primary.
Yeah.
I beat him by, I don't know, a couple 100,000 votes. But so I do understand the state.
You understand it. And I would also argue, maybe based partly on my family and friends back in Ohio, that those traditional people you talk about, well, many of them are following this with rapt attention. Other people have lives to live. So I wonder if your overall sense is that there is an exhaustion from Donald Trump by many of his voters, or is it more defiance? What are you feeling in your state?
I think there's a lot of exhaustion, and even people who are supporting him at this moment thinking that this is some political deal, they're exhausted. Now his core base, you know, he can do just about anything and they hang with him. But I think there is a level of exhaustion. Andrea asked the good question about this, but when you move down to Georgia, if something else happens there or the documents case happens, I think exhaustion is sort of like water in a boat. It begins to overflow the boat and begins to sink him. But we've got to see what happens in those cases. There's no way we can predict the future, and it's going to be, but I think you hit it. There's just, people are just tired. They just want this to go away. And we saw it both when he ran for re-election, and we saw it in the midterms. People are like, I'm fed up with all this stuff. And so those independents came out, many of them Republicans, and they delivered a significant, I think, win in many respects for the Democrats in the midterm election. And they've been winning these special elections. So I think people are just tired of this.
I want to ask you about those midterms and what it means for down ballot races in 2024. But just to remind our viewers, we're 10 minutes from 1 o'clock. We're still waiting. We're still watching 56th Street in New York City. Down there on your screen underneath that maroon awning, 45 awning, where Donald Trump should be walking out. We've seen a larger gathering of men in navy blue suits around that doorway. So we do expect it to happen pretty soon. Remember, the indictment itself, the hearing is expected for 2:15 this afternoon. Donald Trump will have to get down to the courtroom first, enter the courtroom, be processed before he heads up to the courtroom to be indicted in front of the judge. So that will take some time. We do expect him to be leaving Trump Tower in order for that all to remain on time pretty soon. Governor, let's talk about the down ballot races. Look back, 2018, 2020, 2022, Republicans haven't done so well, especially Republicans in competitive races who were campaigning on Donald Trump-style politics, MAGA-style politics. If it remains the case in 2024 that Republicans running in the shadow of Trump do not do well, is that the point where the Republican Party starts to make a break from Donald Trump? I know we've asked this question 1,000 times, but is that the end?
It's such a good point, because, look, when you keep losing over and over again, whether you're a football team or a basketball team or whether you're a political operation, you've got to decide when enough's enough, when you're going to change. And the agenda what agenda? I can't figure out what their agenda is. It's anything Biden's for, they're against, or anything the Democrats are for, they're against. They've got to start relating to people about what people care about. I'll tell you, growing particularly among women, I heard it this morning, this gun violence is a big issue. They can't put their heads in the sand on the gun violence issue. What about the fact that we have rising prescription drugs? What are we going to do about a border that, nothing is working on the border? You got 14-year-old kids who are immigrant children. Think about this. Is disgraceful, Andrea. These immigrant kids come over to the United States. They don't have a guardian. We find out they're in a meat packing plant at the age of 14. They should be standing up against this. And it's because we can't get a program involving immigration. So we don't have enough workers. So they turn to children. So they got to have an agenda. If you have an agenda, you can win. If all you are is negative, forget it. I'm not interested in buying.
Former Governor
Sorry.
John Kasich, always great to have you on the program. Thank you so much. Always bring energy as well from the great state of Ohio. We are keeping a close eye on Trump Tower, where any minute the former president will travel that nearly 4-mile journey south to a Manhattan courthouse. And there he's going to hear what we believe are roughly 30 charges against him for the first time. I want to bring in MSNBC chief legal correspondent, host of MSNBC's The Beat, Ari Melber. Ari, faithful viewer of your show, and you've talked to a lot of people who have frankly been in this position. It's a pretty sobering moment when you go in, no matter what your anticipation is, when they tell you you're under arrest, when you get fingerprinted. But then he's got to go in that courtroom, potentially listen to those charges.
Yeah.
What are you looking for? What are you expecting?
I am looking to see, one, when we unseal this indictment, is it a lot of counts about the same underlying allegation or fact pattern with the payments to Ms. Daniels, or does it hit other things? Does it have a bucket of 3, 4, 5 things? How broad is it? So that's, I think, the most important news we'll get today. As for Mr. Trump, a defendant now in the state of New York, this is the first day of the rest of his life. This will be sobering for him. This will be new for him. He will feel the ink on his fingertips. He will go into the courtroom. He will be asked to plead guilty or not guilty.
They don't do ink anymore, but yeah, I know what he meant.
Looking at a judge and people with weapons who are not there to protect him, who are not at his beck and call, while he also still, as a former president, has his own Secret Service, and that does add some particularities. And so I'll be looking to see, not in the bluster and the PR, but in the wider response today and in the coming days, does this hit Donald Trump as a defendant at all? Does he understand that the life he has led, the business he has run, the politics he has practiced, which have ensnared so many of his most senior people, many of whom went on to prison, that it could ensnare him that way, while he also, as we will be careful to say throughout the process, remains legally presumed innocent?
Yeah, and Andrea, I think a day a lot of people thought might never come. And certainly Donald Trump, if the reporting is correct, Andrea, he never thought would come.
No, exactly right. He certainly did not. A lot of our reporting says that the former president faces roughly 30 charges against him. So what will you, Ali, and his legal team be looking for once we hear these charges?
Well, we, reporting it and watching it, will be looking at how do they break out, what are the more serious ones, if they are using this theory around false business records. Again, it hasn't been unsealed, so everyone's familiar with the reporting, but we got to get the government documents. If they do that, what escalated that up, enhanced that to a felony? We'll be looking at all that. His legal team, Andrea, a great question, will be looking for every which way they can attack this. They obviously are going to file everything they can, including motions to dismiss, which don't usually knock out an entire set of criminal charges like this, but they can look at trying to draw, I would call, a legal version of the attacks and the arguments about unfair bias, selective prosecution. But here's the big difference, and we're going to be covering this today and in the days ahead. This ain't Truth Social, and this ain't Reddit, and this ain't QAnon. So if you want to say that a legal claim should be tossed because of bias by the prosecutor or anyone on his team, you have to have evidence of that. And if they provide it, Andrea, you can bet we'll be reporting it here, and it'll be interesting. If you show, for example, a documentation, a diary entry, conversations testified under oath that find a bias, that finds someone who was abusing prosecutorial powers, that would be big. But it's that kind of evidence you need for a judge. It's not just asserting, as the president has been recently online, that he has conspiracy theories or claims about a DA.
Let me ask you about the courtroom itself and the judge's decision, Ari, about letting a camera into that courtroom. I know it's not long-standing policy here in New York,
There's your answer,
or there
Kathy.
in New York,
Right
not
here.
to have cameras in the courtroom. The judge does have some discretion for that to allow it. What do you make of the decision to say no? And I ask that because it allows Donald Trump to say a lot about what might or might not have happened in that courtroom.
Yeah, it's a great question, Katie. I think that was expected. That's precedent. And we mentioned there are some valid ways this is a little different than other defendants. But in the main, I think that we're going to see this judge and probably the appeals judges try to do this exactly like they do other cases. So it makes sense that they kept to that practice, which is a separate question of why New York is really different than most states in the union now.
I love the fact that we're already talking about an appeals judge.
For example, the OJ trial, or as you know, Katie, the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, one of the most important.
I'm sorry?
I love the fact that we're already talking about an appeals judge. Like we haven't even gotten to the indictment and the arraignment, and we're already talking about an appeals judge.
Yeah. And I assume that the guy with his hands behind his back is the doorman, but he looks like a butler. Trump's butler is there.
Mm-hmm.
At the mercy of the judge, which is his reality for as long as this case is a case.
So again, we're still watching 56th Street, and we just saw Jason Miller, Donald Trump's campaign spokesperson, the last time around, and this time as well, just leave that building. We also saw Dan Scavino, who runs Donald Trump's social media.
Says Trump is at the elevator door
for many years. It does indicate to us that we could be seeing any moment now. Again, it will take him at least a few minutes to get from Midtown Manhattan, 56th Street, down to the courthouse in downtown Manhattan. And in order for him to be on time, he should be leaving any second now. And this might be one of the only glimpses we see of Donald Trump today while he is in New York. This short walk from those doors, those golden doors, over to the waiting SUV. That obviously is not Donald Trump. That was the residence right next door to where he should be departing from. And then perhaps the short walk down the hallway while he is at the courtroom. So we're going to wait and watch out for that. Chris?
Yeah, you mentioned the fact that we just saw Jason Miller. Trump came to New York with his election team, with his campaign team. Very different from what you might have expected under any other circumstances with any other defendant. Ari Melber, thank you so much. You're going to be back a little bit later. Right now, you're watching MSNBC's live coverage of former President Donald Trump's arraignment. We're looking at a live picture just outside of the building where his apartment is. That arraignment.
I love the woman who could not care less. Didn't do makeup, didn't do hair, didn't do
zero.
Went out with her dogs. Yeah, and now she's just standing there letting her dog
do
and
the
just
dog
walking
thing.
on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where more than
That's New York, right there.
Some of them since dawn. He will be met by a member of the DA's office and notified that he is under arrest pursuant to the indictment.
The former president will then be processed, fingerprinted, and escorted to the courtroom for his arraignment. That's currently set for 2:15 p.m. East Coast time. We learned within the past hour the upper floors of that courthouse are being cleared, and a security sweep will be done before Trump arrives. We should point out that much of this is going to be happening behind closed doors. We do expect to see the former president, though, as he heads into court, if not before.
Well, let's get right to our panel. NBC's Dasha Burns is outside Trump Tower in New York City. Yasmin Vasugian is outside the district attorney's office. Rebecca Royfe served as assistant Manhattan DA and is a law professor at New York Law School. Barbara McQuaid is a former U.S. attorney, a law professor at the University of Michigan, and an MSNBC legal analyst. Yamiche Alcindor is NBC News Washington correspondent. So, Dasha, we are waiting. We are watching this historic moment. Set the stage for us outside of Trump Tower.
Well, we've got a calm before the storm here. Yesterday, we had massive crowds. We had a lot of noise. Today, it's been fairly quiet. This is a business district, a tourist district, a lot of curiosity, a lot of onlookers.
Yes, yes, Cat Shepherd, the dog laying his regards.
Oh, goodness. You want to try to get a question in real quick?
Sure. As long as everybody keeps I'll just listen to me because we'll keep an eye on this. We don't want to miss it.
Right. So 1 hour, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. The scene in the park is heating up this morning with Marge herself only barely coming out unscathed. It turns out she didn't even have a permit for her gathering. Will she face consequences for setting up a gathering without a permit, which is very no in New York?
But did she just show up, or was she?
No, like they set it up like
already there.
Yeah, like that. She'd been advertising it for days, and they didn't have a permit. Mm-hmm.
Because the cards are not in her favor. She wasn't going to listen to anybody because she's heinous.
Washington, Republicans,
somebody who's in a position of power, a king, to hold her accountable, the fool who did something really stupid. There's a devil card. Fool and the devil. So, yeah, there might be.
Because New York, they don't play with that.
Yeah.
Constitutionally questionable because
Okay. See if we can squeeze one more into this. It's still Marge related. Okay, 1 hour, 4 minutes even. Marge compared Trump.
Oh God.
Both Nelson Mandela and Jesus.
Okay, can I? Yeah. No. Okay. So this is what happened. Marjorie Taylor, she put out some kind of statement, and she said, famous people who were arrested on this day in history: Nelson Mandela and Jesus.
Yeah.
Was there a question?
How far is this rhetoric going to go? Like, is anybody taking her seriously? Is this martyring him more?
True, Alexandra and Regina, and there was someone else. I'm so sorry. She was warned. Marjorie Trader, she was warned ahead of time. Yes, Alexandra.
Having covered former President Trump now for a long time.
Yeah.
If there was even something close to a gag order, how could you really stop?
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Okay.
I followed that acronym, Ricky. I've got you. Betty,
yeah.
it's all over Twitter. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Is anyone listening to her? Actually, what I'm getting, first of all, she snuck in and snuck out for a photo op.
Mm-hmm.
And also the reality of Donald Trump saying that his First Amendment rights are being squashed if he issues.
Quickly, is anybody listening? Actually, we're listening. We're probably talking about her more than other people are.
Mm-hmm.
But she's just hoping to get away with it. Sneak in, sneak out without somebody coming for her. She tried to raise money, which is her excuse to yell at people. That's what she's after. She's really not after. She's not entirely in this for the money. She's in this because she wants to humiliate other people, bully other people. She gets endorphins from that. And this is her communication, her far right communication, so she can bully another day. But as far as I don't even have her followers here. She's gonna do her thing. So, okay, all right, let me turn this back up.
Garrett Haight got an exclusive interview with her inside that SUV. I did want to weigh in quickly, Katie, if I could, on the conversation about the gag order, just about the conversations that we've been having down here as well, which is if a gag order were to be put in place, that would also kind of lend to the narrative of the politicization, right, of what the Manhattan DA is doing. So the likelihood of that being pretty low. Talking you through kind of the ABCs of this whole thing, as many people know New York City pretty well, once the former president leaves Trump Tower, on Fifth Avenue and 56th Street. He's going to be making his way about 4 miles downtown to Lower Manhattan, where I am now. Behind me, this is Center Street, where you see all these NYPD. You've also got, by the way, don't forget, plainclothes officers throughout the area as well. Lots of intelligence gathering happening
it's
here.
all over
with, of course, Secret Service, making sure security is in place.
If you just Google Marjorie
along
Taylor
Hogan Place
Greene,
behind me, where the former president is going to be entering the building behind me, about halfway down the block. He's then going to be fingerprinted. We're now learning he's not going to be handcuffed or a mugshot taken. That's pretty normal for folks that are being charged with a white-collar crime. He's then going to make his way up to the 15th floor. We're hearing from the former president's attorney, Katie, Joe Tacopina, that if, in fact, once the former president enters the courtroom, if they are presented with the indictment at that moment, he will then ask for a brief recess. Whether or not that's going to be granted is under question, but ask for a brief recess so they can review that indictment. There was some conversation as to whether or not that indictment would be presented to the former president's attorneys before it was unsealed, right? So obviously that didn't happen because The former president's attorneys are now saying if he's presented with those indictments at the beginning of the court proceedings, they're going to be asking for that brief recess. But of course, all in question, and whether or not we're going to be hearing from the former president outside that courtroom, also still under question.
Rebecca, Katie and I were talking a short time ago about that courthouse where Yasmin is, and about how in 2015 he was down there, we believe, the last time, and he went to see if he got picked for a jury. He did not. But when he came out, he said it's a great system, a system that works very different from what we have heard from him in recent years. Just this morning, the former president again attacked Judge Merchan, calling him highly partisan. I'm wondering, as a former ADA, what Merchan's reputation is. How do you expect him to handle this highest of high-profile cases, and Donald Trump, frankly, in particular?
So the judge's reputation is extremely good. He's a strong judge, a well-respected judge, a smart judge. I expect that he'll run this case like he runs any other, which is a lot of control over the courtroom, but a kind of gentle hand. I don't think that he will portray any sort of emotional reaction, even if prompted, even if it's possible that the former president tries to provoke him. I don't think that's his style. I think that, the main challenge in a case like this is there are so many ways
he's
in
outside
which it is
now. Here we go.
exactly like any other case, and the judge
Because he's
ought
a slight
to
delay.
and will try to treat it as that. But we were just talking about something like the gag order,
Here we
where
go.
he has to
Here
treat
we
the
go.
case differently. You cannot
Is that him?
ignore
That's him.
the historic moment.
And right
There he
now
is.
we see
He's waving.
the former president is coming out. There you see him, the traditional, typical red tie blocked by that
Hi.
NYPD ambulance.
Hi.
But he's getting into his car. We presume you can see the Secret Service there. There you've got an aerial view. I believe that is you can see the cars all lined up.
Mm-hmm.
This is, as
Lock
we know,
him
Fifth
up.
Avenue. He's at the
Lock
corner of
him
Fifth
up.
Avenue,
Lock him up.
right in the heart of Midtown Manhattan. Katie, you've been there so many times.
So,
the car
yeah,
is moving as the
this
motorcade
is
is beginning
the-
to move down towards lower
Oh,
Manhattan.
it's such a good day.
Trump Tower occupies almost an entire city block, but this is right at the corner of Fifth Avenue and 56. He's headed over toward Madison Avenue right now. It's expected that he will take Madison Avenue down quite some ways before getting onto the FDR as he heads toward Manhattan criminal courts. And this is a city that is used to these sort of lockdowns. Whenever a dignitary, a president shows up in town, former or otherwise, the NYPD knows how to operate. This is obviously a heightened sense of security all along this route. I'm sorry, Fifth Avenue he's going to take down. Because it's Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is a controversial figure across the country. He always has a heightened amount of security, certainly so in New York City. We do believe there's going to be a tent down at criminal court, so we won't see him getting out of his SUV. And that's partially because it's a difficult place to protect somebody in New York City with all of these tall buildings around. It's difficult to make sure that somebody walking into a building or out of a building or down a street might not be a target from somebody in a window up above. So the Secret Service obviously is going to be taking every precaution. We don't expect this journey to take very long, maybe just a few minutes. Usually if you're sitting in New York City and trying to get around the city at this hour of day, it will take you long no matter what, even if it's just a 1 mile journey. But because Donald Trump has this escort, it shouldn't take but a few minutes to get down there. Andrea, I believe you wanted to add something?
Just to point out something, breaking news here, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit has denied an emergency motion filed by President Trump's legal team yesterday, seeking to stop several of his top aides, including Mark Meadows, from testifying before the federal grand jury. This is a sealed proceeding. The court documents are not public, but notice of the denial was posted on the docket, and NBC News has previously confirmed that that is the docket associated with the appeal. This is a very big deal. It's not yet clear if Trump intends to appeal the appeal that has been denied, either to the full circuit court or to the Supreme Court.
It's a glorious day.
Yes.
It's a good
We already
reminder,
have that
Andrea,
question.
just all that Donald Trump is currently facing. It's not just this indictment here in New York City. This is the first indictment that he's faced. It's all of the other cases. There's the 2 special counsel cases, one looking into the classified documents, the other looking into the lead up to January 6th, where a number of his top aides will be forced to testify. Donald Trump obviously trying to stop that. Let's see if he goes to the full panel, Court of Appeals panel, and then potentially to the Supreme Court to try and stop that from happening. There's also the Georgia DA looking into his role in what happened in Georgia in the 2020 election. There are a number of cases that he is facing. This is just the first one to bring an indictment. It's not clear if the other ones will, but this is certainly the first one to bring an indictment. Barb, I don't know if you're still with us, Barbara McQuaid. I just want to get you on the record for what Andrea just reported about the denial. What's your expectation of where it goes?
Yeah, I think that's a very significant decision today, because it seems that Mark Meadows and some of these key aides are part of the last phases that you would imagine Jack Smith wants to put in the grand jury before he can complete his investigation. So very significant that we've seen this quick decision in the Court of Appeals. I imagine Donald Trump will be weighing his options. Delay is his friend. And if only for that reason, I could imagine him first appealing it to the full en banc Court of Appeals and then to the Supreme Court. But I don't think he's going to win. This law is actually really quite clear under the precedent of U.S. versus Nixon, that executive privilege yields when it comes to a grand jury investigation. So I'm pleased to see that it's moving so quickly, because ultimately I think Jack Smith will get this evidence, and it's just a matter of how long Donald Trump can stall before he gets it.
Thank you, Searching.
And so we watch as Donald Trump makes his way down to be arraigned on charges that we don't yet know the details of, but which NYPD, Secret Service, other law enforcement agencies have been preparing for quite some time now. You see the edge there of one of the helicopters. Joining us, somebody who knows a lot about the preparations that would have gone into this, former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton, now Executive Chairman of Risk Advisory at Teneo. Bill, you know the NYPD better than almost anyone. What is their posture right now?
Posture is effectively what you're seeing on the screen, a lot of coverage.
Show of force?
Show of force, a lot going on behind the scenes, however, probably more importantly behind the scenes, the intelligence gathering to ensure that they're aware of any potential threats.
Hi, Trump.
What they're most concerned with is what they're not aware of, this idea of a potential
Have
lone
fun
wolf.
being arrested.
But at this moment, there's been no active threats made against this event or Mr. Trump or the court or the district attorney.
What's the level of confidence, or is that the wrong word? You're never confident until it's over.
It's a good expression. That
lucky girl,
I think
thank
they have
you.
a high level of confidence that they've got this event well in hand. They probably
Yes,
outnumber
please
even
vote
the
today
huge
if you
amount
live
of
in
media that are
Wisconsin.
down there today and the totality of the coverage they have in that area.
We saw some people shouting at each other. There was a little scuffle that broke out between Trump supporters and detractors. Expected.
Okay, they're just they're just filling time. Ricky, yes, where are the protesters? Just blocking the streets. Just millions of people.
Roxy had me amused earlier. And we're going to appeal the appeal of the appeal that there's an appeal of with the appeal. Don't forget the appeal.
That's true.
Appealed.
That's true. So the news helicopter lost them.
There they are.
Okay, it's like what? Huh? Couldn't find them.
You had one job.
one job.
Okay, let's try to squeeze in a question.
Yes, and Becca, yes, he is so incredibly screwed. Yes.
Yes. At 1:17:10, Aaron McDougal is becoming more well known as more info about the hush money Trump paid her is coming out. Will her case help Stormy's?
Does she have an actual case or the situation? Thank you, Peggy. Reiki Master.
From what I was looking at this morning, she has a case.
Has she filed it?
I think it's being filed more on her behalf. I think that's part of, from what I'm reading, speculation is that's part of what Bragg's got today. Is this on McDougal? What you got?
Hello, everybody. What I'm getting is this is gross.
Okay.
No, like,
Ew.
like,
Oh dear.
ew. Gross. Very gross. She's kept her secrets and what have you, but with Stephanie Clifford, aka Stormy Daniels, with that situation sucking all the oxygen out of the room, she's feeling like I could have benefited from this. You were having an affair with a married man. Sit down. But she's just yeah, just
yeah.
And Maxine says, I pity the sketch artists who have to waste their talents drawing Trump, but a job's a job. They're going to be able to take a picture of him when he gets before a proceeding starts. So there will be a picture of him.
Yeah, they can take pictures in the courtroom when they first get in there before proceedings begin. Pictures will be allowed. The press will not be allowed any sort of recording equipment. It does not say that.
Look, no, that the doorman's smiling. Did you see the doorman like? Sorry.
Oh, that was gorgeous. Oh, that was fabulous. Okay. But yeah. My brain completely just blanked there. We were talking about what were we talking about?
The next question.
Okay, the next question.
Karen McDougal, she's will it help Stormy? I'm just getting the words that's coming to my mind is petulant.
Okay.
Todd, do we think they'll take Donald's DNA? They don't need it. The federal government has it. And because of 9/11, New York talks, if they needed it, like there was a kidnapping or something, they can get it.
All right, at 1:20:30, there are reportedly, from what was going on ye old interwebs last night, 34 felony charges in the indictment. How many roughly will stick? Are we looking? Obviously,
will things stick?
Yeah, will things stick?
30, 34. We're not picky. And because of the cover-up and because of secondary crime, which is likely to be campaign finance violations, it raises every one of those counts from a misdemeanor to a felony. Oh, please stick. Please stick. Please. I have glue. I will. Here, have some glue. Have some tape. Here, let me help. Okay, I'm moving so big for just a second. Hi. What am I reading on?
34 charges. Will anything stick? I mean,
sorry for the reading.
Like lead balloons. Oh God.
Will they stick?
And how?
It's going to be. What I'm getting is it's going to be a long time. There's going to be scrutiny. He is. Basically, I'm getting a whole lot of the right freaking out.
Oh yeah.
But scrutiny of the institution's movement and decisions, it's very careful and measured, and I think they've crossed every T and dotted every I, to be honest.
Fabulous.
But this is major arcana. This is minor arcana, and the card for the reading is hello. So
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The one that what underneath that is the hangman. So I'm guessing he's in just a little bit of trouble. Yeah, just a little.
So, as we would say down here in the in this neck of the woods, he's done got him something attached to him that Ajax can't wash off. So he's stuck with it for a minute. So okay.
Oh wait, Cheryl Clark says Trump just posted something on NBC just now, but I wasn't able to see it.
Posted something on NBC?
I don't know. And thank you everybody for being here. Oh, it's glorious. All right. Just curious, the next question is if we should. Oh, wait. We're about there. So let's listen in.
Okay.
Let's listen in. And don't forget, today's official dance is the Charleston. Even just hands or arms or legs, or if you're sitting there. Just do a little dance. Just do a little dance.
Yasmin Visugian is standing by for us out there. The motorcade just passed by. Yasmin, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so it hasn't passed by. It's actually just pulling up on Hogan Place, right behind where I'm standing now. A massive motorcade, obviously the Secret Service, the motorcade as well, getting into formation for a former president, stepping out of his vehicle. You see the Secret Service now stepping outside, taking a look around, massive Secret Service presence all along the street there. We're just awaiting him to step outside his vehicle once they have a handle of
Have fun at your
security here.
rest.
And then you see the former
Have fun.
president there stepping out of his vehicle.
fun
He gave a
going-
wave
being arraigned.
to the crowd here, making his way into
Bye-
the building,
bye,
which will
criminal.
be fingerprinted. And now know, Katie, he will not, in fact, have a mugshot taken of him.
A wave, but a very serious look for Donald Trump as he makes his way into that building for what we have accurately described as a very serious, if familiar proceeding.
And there's your purple.
Hundreds of those folks who go through. But we saw that Trump has been posting on Truth Social. Andrea?
This post is heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse. This is from the car. Seems so surreal, Caps. Wow, Caps. Are they going to arrest me, Caps? Can't believe this is happening in America. MAGA, Caps, exclamation point. So it's penetrating. And Chris and Katie, we've all covered Donald Trump, for a long time. Katie, you spent the most time with him during the campaign. This is surreal. It's surreal for everyone in America.
Yeah.
But for him, it is penetrating. It is this serious. He is using it to his advantage, trying to, not only does he raise money, but, build support. But his desire to address reporters, we've been told before he goes into the courtroom, after, as, Andrew just mentioned and Rebecca was talking about and Bill Bratton, he is going to be fingerprinted. He's going to put his hands on the digital fingerprint reader. And this is, Katie, this is Donald Trump, unlike the powerful man you covered, the fist bumping, president of the United States.
Yeah, and listen, this is Donald Trump being treated, with a few caveats, being treated like everybody else. He's being accused of committing a crime. And now he's being...
Sorry.
I guarantee you that until he put that tweet, or truth, whatever, and until he got out the car, or actually got in it at Trump Tower, I wholeheartedly believe that he thought something would happen, something would change, and something would save him.
Yes.
This
Absolutely.
could not be happening to him.
Exactly.
This does not happen to people like him.
Exactly. Look at those tiny little hands.
And
Look at his
it
tiny,
was not
tiny little hands. Sorry.
it was not until he sat in the SUV and it pulled away from Trump Tower. I'm broke and I will bet money. I will roll some pennies, let me tell you, to let you know that I guarantee you that the heaviness of the situation did not actually penetrate his skull until then. And what are we
Let's have a
reading?
look. Just what you're talking about.
Okay.
Baffled. Yeah. There's something about when he was when he reached over, I was pointing out his little teensy tiny hands. There was just a little something in his eyes, or something. Or was it just me? But it just kind of just a little disbelief. So, Mrs. Betty Bowers has tweeted, "Thank you, Kristen from Uncover the News. Donald just entered the courthouse. There were no adoring crowds cheering, no Trump flags waving. Must have been quite a letdown. Thoughts and prayers."
And that is when he walked into that courthouse and he was escorted officially.
Yeah, B. Smith, love the doorman's grin. That was classic. That's going to be a meme. That should be a meme. And I'm agreeing with this sign. Never again. Dropping arm around someone, dropping the swastika into the trash. Never again. I'm with this person. At least that sign. Okay. Trump's state of, yeah. There's just something like slightly baffled. Is it just me? I mean, this is just typical.
Yeah, but no, it's literally, it's just hit him.
Yeah. Oh, let me see what the cards say. All right. You're a thief. Thank you, Marby. Thank you. You're a thief, Trump. You're a thief.
Mm-hmm.
Chaos. Remember, don't forget, this man has no coping skills. He has no emotional intelligence. He's never been held accountable for anything. He has no coping skills.
Mm-hmm.
Zip. And this is completely this is unbelievable. This craziness of me being in front of a judge, me for criminal felony, me.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a man in this SUV who does not know who he is. If anyone knows who this man is, please report to the Secret Service. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who I am? Up in his feelings. He's going to be angry later, but right now it's disbelief. It's going to drop into martyrdom, and then it's going to turn into anger.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, right now, absolutely. Disbelief. Absolutely, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
Good. Yes. This jerk being held accountable. Yes, never again. Never again. Never, 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 never. I'm going to start quoting Depeche Mode here in a minute. People are people.
Oh.
Yes, or Constance, more accurately. Do you know who you think I am? No. Do you know who I think I am? Yeah.
Mary Trump. Okay, I just got this now, the announcement now, but this is from last night. So this is it's just a tweet she made last night. Okay, let's look at the next. At 01:32 even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now. Wait. Right at this very moment. Trump
under arrest.
Is under arrest.
Being read his Miranda right now.
Trump has the right to remain silent, and we so wish he would. You have the right to an attorney.
He has the right. Whether or not he has the ability are two different things.
No, I keep getting he's going to get himself into trouble.
Oh, yeah. He will.
Oh, yeah.
He is the poster child for letting his mouth write checks that his behind can't cash. That is just a no. He literally can't cash them. I might have an actual higher net worth than Donald Trump. And all of mine is in yarn. Okay? My net worth is in craft supplies, and I very well may have a higher net worth than Donald John Trump, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt Trump. So, yeah. So yes, his mouth is just writing checks that just like his legitimate checks, they're not worth the paper they're printed on. So, all right. Now this is, I'm going to change the time on this because I got carried away for a second. Whoo, okay. I'm awake now. Yay. Thanks.
Oh, my mouth hurts from smiling. Seriously.
All right, so as I alluded to earlier, Trump appealed, there's an appeal, to the court for an emergency order to keep his top aides from testifying in the January 6th probe. It lost. He made this appeal. It lost. What will happen? Because now, with the rule of after Nixon, executive privilege does not do a stinking thing when it comes to certain legal. I gave this exact wording, but this was before my caffeine kicked in, so y'all know what I'm talking about.
It is a day of reckoning for Donald Trump. Thank you.
Yes.
Neil Catchall, I believe that is. The Wheel of Fortune. He was up, and now he's down and being smooshed underneath the Wheel of Fortune here. Is it going? He thought that everybody. He would just. I allow you to be around me, therefore you must be completely loyal to me. But right in the middle, I've got the truth, the sword of truth.
Mm-hmm.
So these people may think they were sitting pretty by saying, "Oh no, I'm not going to get involved," but it ends with the Knight of Cups, and this is your Jack Smith, your Biden's DOJ, your what have you. So I've got the sword of truth in the middle, and I've got the knights coming after these people who so far thought that they were sitting pretty, but they've just been squeezed like lemons. Trump in court for processing and arraignment. Oh, we waited so long.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to have ice cream soon. I think I might need ice cream.
Do you know the only ice cream we have in the house is that the abomination?
Oh gosh. Tell people about the ice cream. Tell people.
Okay. Hang on. I can pull up the camera. I'm pulling up my phone. I would like to tell you a story in three pictures.
You'll like this, guys. You'll like this. I'm gonna make you big.
So the other day, on my son's birthday,
Sweet 16.
Yes. Is it really a birthday at our house if we're not doing some asinine challenge that the internet said do it? And we're like, okay. So this happened. And if you know, you know. Oh, yes. It is ranch flavored ice cream.
Oh, wow. A limited edition. What a shame.
Mm-hmm. So then you have my son with said ice cream.
Oh, what a sweetie.
Yes. That's picture 2. Here's picture. It's a story in 3 photos. My photojournalism skills are on point.
They are.
It really doesn't even need that much narration. Thank you, Cheryl. I think so too. No, it is absolutely.
Oh, look! Wait, sorry.
Having been arrested.
The doorman.
Yes, it is fabulous. Hey. Somebody else posted that somebody needs to set a GoFundMe for him because once this airs, he's going to be fired.
Yes.
Trump is not. But I mean, he could be a doorman at the is it the
They pulled out Trump and the guy in the back. Happy Doorman Day. Happy
right?
Doorman Day, Tippy Canoe. I love that name, by the way.
Is Colbert at the Ed Sullivan Theater?
Yes.
Okay. He could be the new doorman at the Ed Sullivan Theater.
Oh, heck yeah, he could.
Uh-huh.
Oh, heck yeah, he could.
Mm-hmm. Or somebody call Lin-Manuel. He could open it at Roy Rogers where Hamilton plays. It'll be fun. Lola Bell, thank you so much. Yeah, no, the ice cream is...
Yeah. Lola Bell said, your son is adorable and a great food critic, Sarah. Yes. Yeah. Oh, all right. So we're just looking at police and Secret Service milling around.
Okay.
Oh, he looks happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have a question from Michelle here.
Look. Yeah.
Us.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. All right, at 1:39:25. Michelle L asks, will the campaign finance crimes trigger an investigation into illegal overseas donation?
In New York?
Yes. Will whatever comes out here trigger investigations with other people in other departments?
Yes. Who was it back here? Sorry, I've just got to put this in quickly. Who said, Lola said the doorman is the man.
Mm-hmm.
And Cheryl Clark said photobomb. Yeah. Catherine Rodriguez points out the doorman is nice looking. Just saying. Hey, nice. It's always good to just point out good things. There's a whole lot of I'm getting a Gordian knot mental image that his is this going to trigger that? There's already stuff in the works, and there's so many different people looking at his finances from so many different ways. I don't think this even has to be a trigger.
Right. Basically, it's going to happen regardless.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. So it's not this specifically.
Okay.
Kelly B is asking, why is Melania supporting her husband? Because there's a contract. And she's a materialist.
It says, why isn't she there? Why isn't she supporting her husband? Later down, oopsie, why isn't Melania there? Why isn't she supporting her husband?
Because she's embarrassed.
It was not contractually required of her to be there, so she wasn't going to be.
Oh, heck yeah. Especially for this. She's mad. Becca says Alvin Bragg's supposed to hold a press conference later to go over the charges. Oh, boy. Revolution Ricky, yes. Breaking news. Donald Trump is under arrest. Have fun being fingerprinted, Trump. Secret Service is so loath to testify. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it, Becca. Because she really doesn't care, do you? That was good. Oh, man. All right, was there anything else?
Not good here as of the moment, but anything that you think of, let me know and I'll slap it in here.
Okay. I was thinking. Trump, if you noticed, he has actually lost a little bit of weight. Are we talking just stress, which would be natural? Are we thinking Ozempic type, the new medication? Or are we thinking something you smell aggressively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice President Pence did. That's not something President Biden did, but it sure looks like it's something that Donald Trump did. And so the day of reckoning.
Oh, Anne says, since this is such a special occasion, I went for the caramel popcorn. Yes. Oh, we're inside the building.
Have somebody in office who's under indictment. Donald Trump is now under indictment. He could go to trial. He could be convicted. He could serve prison time, although it's not likely, I guess, in a case like this. Again, we're going to see the indictment and all the charges listed, so we don't quite know yet. But there are a number of other cases as well that could put him in the same position. Just by the way, this is a live shot of the hallway that Donald Trump will be walking down to go from the room where he is being processed to the courtroom where he will be officially arraigned. We're going to see a shot of him once that begins, so we're going to keep an eye on this.
Sounds like a best man.
But just lay out what the Constitution says for me, Neil, about the qualifications to run for the presidency and to be president. Anything in the criminal law, if you're convicted, if you're a convicted felon even, if you're serving in jail, bar you from being president?
So, Katie, the Constitution says you got to be 35 years old. You got to be a natural born citizen. It doesn't specifically talk about arrest, indictment, or conviction. So as Donald Trump walks down that hall, I think it's important for us all to remember he is presumed innocent in the eyes of the law. He is not guilty. He is not stripped from office holding or anything like that. If he is convicted, then there is an interesting question. Some federal offenses like seditious conspiracy, something he might have to face one day, expressly bar someone convicted of it from future office holding. My view is if someone is convicted under at least for a federal crime, they are ineligible to serve as president because they can't vote, and if you can't vote, you can't be voted for. But that is something that is untested in the law, and because, like many things with Donald Trump, we are in an unprecedented situation for the first time. But we should all remember, right now, Donald Trump is presumed innocent, and we'll hear what the facts and evidence show.
Barbara, even presumed innocent, there has been a lot of conversation. I'm curious your take on the influence the judge could have on Donald Trump's ability to run the campaign he wants to run, and specifically by that, whether he could shut down some of the things that Donald Trump has been saying or putting out there in social media. He previously called the prosecutor a degenerate psychopath. He claimed that Judge Merchan hates him. What are the chances, you think, that today or sometime in the near future, the judge shuts that down and says, you can go, you can campaign for president, you can talk about the issue, but you can't attack the prosecutor. You can't incite anything.
I think there's definitely a possibility that could happen, but I imagine that a judge presiding over a case involving a candidate for president would be particularly reluctant to enter such a gag order, but it could happen. We saw this happen in the case of Roger Stone, who you recall was making statements about the judge in his case, even posting on social media a photo of the judge's face with rifle crosshairs across her face, which was perceived as a threat, and issued a gag order in that case. I would imagine a judge in a case like this would use, what we might call progressive discipline in the employment context, that is starting with a warning and then threatening to jail. And ultimately, the power the judge does have is to jail Donald Trump here for contempt of court. If he is to issue a gag order and Donald Trump were to violate that order, he could ultimately jail him. Now, I think he's going to give him a pretty long leash before he does that. But he could say, you can go on the campaign trail, you can talk about all of your campaign ideas, but you can't make insults against the prosecutor or against the court. I think it's difficult to restrain him even from defending himself against these charges, because if he is running for president, certainly he needs to be able to say to the public, I didn't commit these crimes, or whatever explanation he may have. So that's possible. I think it's also possible that there could be restrictions on his travel, though unlikely in light of his campaign schedule. And there will be orders for him to appear in court for court hearings. And that could cause some conflict with campaign hearings. But I think largely he'll be able to conduct his campaign uninhibited while he is defending himself in this case.
And Rebecca Roife, while we watch the corridor there, where the former president is going to walk down the corridor towards the courtroom after being processed, which is what is going on right now. Talk to us about what is happening right now. For instance, in addition to the fingerprinting, we know he's not going to have a mugshot. He's not going to be handcuffed. Understandably, he's surrounded and protected by Secret Service, and there is little, if any,
he should. Everybody gets one.
He's going to,
one.
flee. But bail, I presume, is not even an issue. But is he read his rights? What about the Miranda warnings? At what point does that happen?
Yeah, when?
Absolutely. So there are certain parts of processing that just have to happen, and that is one of them. Once somebody is under arrest, they are in custody, and if they are interrogated, they must be read their Miranda warnings first. And so that will certainly happen at some point. And so, the exceptions that are being made, I think it's important to note, because it's not that he's being treated differently for no reason. There are reasons why. And because doesn't pose a flight risk, and because he has Secret Service right there, it almost would seem as if it were unnecessary and a bit overmuch to do something like have him in handcuffs. And so there are certain adjustments that they can agree to that makes sense under this circumstance, and there are others where there is no flexibility.
Yes,
so absolutely, Lisa. He is going to be fingerprinted, processed, read his Miranda warnings, and then he will come to court. And right now,
absolutely, Lisa. Every president needs a presidential portrait. Oh goodness! I got some weather rolling in. It looks like here in Chicago. Yeah, Roxy, I think he's getting too much leeway as well, but here we are. Jesse Hill says thunder in Wisconsin. Protecting the borders. Yeah. Make noise. Make noise. Say words that mean nothing at all. Spirit Watcher Suzanne says he owns his own plane, but he is not a flight risk. I question this. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're there to protect him. They're not there to they're not there to keep him from doing something stupid.
He's on too many first name bases with too many dictators that hate us for me to be comfortable with him not being a flight risk.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to let you guys know that I'm fine, and I'm going to be fine for a while. I'm going to cover the top of this because you don't need to know exactly where I live. But this is what's rolling into Chicago.
Oh my!
So the big red part isn't going to hit for a little while, but it's going to hit.
Okay.
All right. So if there's lightning, thunder, rain, something, actually I'm going to hit the forward here. How soon is this going to hit? Oh, it's moving pretty quickly. So 1 second here. And it looks like it will hit at about. Oh, it's not going to be too long. Let me try this again. Hang on. Sorry.
So if we find ourselves in a situation where other leaders committed crimes in other jurisdictions.
Wow. Soon. It's moving really quickly. So it will hit 25, 30 minutes now. 5. Yeah, it's like 1 o'clock, 1:15. So yeah. So if I flip out, click out, or you lose me for a minute, whatever. Anyway, I'm just letting you guys know that there's some nasty weather rolling into the Chicagoland area where I am.
And so we'll talk smack amongst ourselves about his orangeness until she comes back. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did try pulling cards on his losing weight and continuing to lose weight. Is it natural? Is it Ozempic? Is it a type thing? Is it something you aggressively smell? I don't think it's the right question, because I really wasn't getting an answer. The closest I was getting to an answer was the very last card was he doesn't take very good care of himself, period.
So then it's more than likely stressed.
Yeah.
Trump has been arrested and is being fingerprinted, is about to face the judge now.
MAGA, got arrested. Yes, Kristen. Yes. Lovely.
We are waiting for Donald Trump. Once he is done with that processing, to come down that hallway. He will head for the courtroom. But
oh, he's going to come down the hallway and head for the courtroom? Really? Oh.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting on.
Oh.
I think you'll agree with me if I say that most lawyers do not want any defendant to talk. Better seen than heard. That is not Donald Trump's way. He has a speech tonight. We will also hear from him between now and then. But do you always look at if
this guy's about to become famous?
That it's a potential
groomsman guy? The guy who looks like the best man? Yeah. He's about to be he's about to get some fan letters. What were you laughing at, my friend?
Oh, the was in chat. What Kristen said. Yeah, the my butt got arrested, and just the chat in general. Yes, you guys are fabulous.
Yes. I like the back of one of these guys, their official shirt. It actually says New York or Manhattan courts. Thought that was interesting. I guess in case of a crisis, you don't want somebody dressed up like a policeman or something.
Right. In case of a kerfluffle, they're easily teleportable. So
there we go.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So he's going to come out those doors?
That's what I'm guessing.
I think was the words she used. I think of that as like how to discipline my 3-year-old or something. Like
Carol's asking, where's Mr. Yellow Ties Rose? That's true.
I think this judge is going to care a lot about the First Amendment.
I don't see a wedding ring. He's gonna get letters. He's gonna get letters.
He's a tall drink of water. He's got good hair. It's nice.
He does.
Nice full head of hair. Got some body to it.
Looked at my producer and I thought, try to keep Donald Trump away from a live camera. I mean, that's not who he is. It's not who he is.
Yes. Also, what I was laughing at, the whole prosecutors want their clients to be seen and not heard. Yeah. Okay.
That's true. Yeah. Good luck.
It's like he got a stain on his shirt, and instead of trying to get the stain out,
I'm sorry. I was reading. We're just glancing through the chat.
a big blur, and you couldn't tell where the original stain was.
The questions that were coming down, it was like
voters, they still want that power.
Rex Red says his badge is at its waist.
That being said,
Cheryl Clark said he's nice looking, and then L Flower One Stars. Did he bring any family with him? And my brain was like, I wouldn't think so. I mean, he is on the job.
I think it's worth getting your angle on this, Barbara. This case was from.
I'm not seeing a wedding ring. He's going to get letters. I'm telling you. He's going to get letters.
I mean, today can be take your unmarried brother to work day. I mean, I'm sure people would appreciate this.
Take your unmarried brother to work.
In Washington, D.C. doesn't count in order to make the statute of limitations work. They spent
Jesse, stay safe. Jesse Hill, it's hailing here in Wisconsin. Bless.
Oh, honey, stay safe.
If you are somebody who thinks Donald Trump has
Thank you, Mystic Dax. Thank you.
Unfairly picked apart over the years, don't all of those details kind of make you feel like maybe you're right? He has been unfairly treated. The fact that they had to go through so many years of this investigation and then go back and use a statute of limitations carve out to bring this case and then potentially elevate it from a misdemeanor to a felony based on potentially a novel legal theory.
Ricky says the guy in the suit and tie looks like he's auditioning for the new Superman movie. Proxy says very, very handsome. Pretty Blue says he's a cop. I believe he's Secret Service. Which would actually might be why he's not wearing a wedding ring.
Right.
They don't wear excess anything.
And so if we were to say and take that position that he is not to be charged in such a situation, then what we'll say is as long as you fight hard enough to delay, you win. You don't get a case charged against you.
Tim says it's still about 2 hours until the arraignment, I think. No, it was supposed to be at 1:15 Chicago time, 2:15 Eastern time. So that's 17 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Valley Sergeant says he keeps glaring at me. No.
He's camera shy. We're going to let him go.
I want them to show the doorman again. That was awesome. I just love that. I absolutely love that. He is very tall. That's true. Tall, thick head of hair, gainfully employed.
Yes.
There you go.
But wait, we got people walking.
You can see the hallway, and obviously when he comes out, all of these officers are going to be at attention, and this could happen at any moment, by the way. It's 1:57 in the East right now. We expect the arraignment officially to start at 2:15. We are told he wants to say something as he comes down after he has been processed.
Custody.
So he's been fingerprinted. He's been read his rights.
He
He's
cannot
not
leave
had a
that building.
mugshot. He is
has
not
no
handcuffed.
choice.
But we expect he's going to speak,
Cannot
and
leave
that
that
is the
building
Donald
right
Trump
now.
you covered.
It is, and it's both characteristic of him and in some ways predictable that this is the way that he's handling what is surely one of the lowest points of his life, even if it is something that he doesn't want to acknowledge. For you to go from former president and someone who described yourself as an out-of-borough person who made it big in Manhattan, who really in their mind owned the city of Manhattan, the borough of Manhattan, to then end up in this courthouse where you're not allowed to leave, and to be in some ways trying to orchestrate your own perp walk. It just shows in some ways that he's trying to make the best out of a terrible situation. Donald Trump does not want to be here. He skirts against the law. He pushes and walks right up to the line. He does not want to be in court being indicted on charges. So it is remarkable to me that we see this moment. I also think it just tells you sort of the scandals and in some ways the whiplash that you see when you think of the career of Donald Trump, from becoming a reality TV star to then becoming president, and now in this case having to deal with this criminal case. But it is.
Yes, Kevin. Hail to the thief.
Was in some ways going after the whole process by calling this surreal. I think it is really apt to call this surreal, because after January 6th and all of the things that we've covered, a moment like this, a day like this, just feels almost unreal that we're now sitting in this situation waiting for him to walk down the courthouse.
And it is working for him so far, the victimization issue, because the polling is up, at least within the Republican context, Republican voters, which is all he's focused on, because he's not a long-term planner. It's the immediate gratification, as you know, of what he's looking for as he tries to get the nomination.
Especially when you...
That was good. Kristen's reporting here. The Lincoln Project tweeted, "Breaking, Donald Trump's ego." Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kathy, I'm sorry. I've got, you just put that in the chat. Now my brain's got the BTS song. DNA.
Only because he wanted to run for president and better the country. And he has been remarkably consistent in that messaging, even as it has been proven at times to be a lie, even as it's proven at times to be completely false. He's consistently been able to make that, and he's consistently been able to get Republicans, his rivals, all sorts of people to rally around that.
It is the top of the hour, 2:00 in New York City,
Yes, it is.
and we are going to take a pause just for all of us to take a breath and remind you of what's happening here. Donald Trump is now inside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We are expecting him to walk down that hallway where you see that heavy security presence. He is going to go into a courtroom for an arraignment. We're told it's likely to be around 30 charges. We do not know what those charges are. We do not know if they're going to be read aloud in court. We do not know how many pages this indictment will be, but we know that Donald Trump by now presumably has been fingerprinted and he is under arrest. As we talk about the implications of this day politically, Neil Katyal, let me ask you about the legal argument that we may hear, and in some cases we have already heard. Trump is a victim of extortion. That is really what this case is about. It's a tawdry story. It involves an adult film actress, but in the end, he was just potentially trying to protect his wife. Something similar we heard, and successfully, not necessarily that point, but successfully from John Edwards, another politician who got caught in the middle.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got to throw this in there. She was like, he'll say he was protecting his wife. If you wanted to protect your wife, you would have used a glove, which you never did with all of these women. And that's... Anyway.
It was the Justice Department in 2018 that investigated this very same set of facts and indicted someone over them for a felony, Michael Cohen,
Deborah
Trump's
Johnson
former
said,
lawyer.
I have to get off my
And
phone
the
and see who this
that Justice Department said that this was a felony, that this was not, this hush money had no legitimate purpose, and that it was Donald Trump that orchestrated the Michael Cohen payments and that directed him to do it. Now, that was not the Barack Obama Justice Department. It was not the Merrick Garland Justice Department. That was the Trump Justice Department that made that determination. So when you hear this about being political and the like,
Rebecca.
I
In
think
his
it's
defense,
important
maybe
to
they don't
remember
make
that.
gloves that small.
With respect to the statute of limitations, you're right. This is events that occurred a long time ago, and you already heard Barbara say, well, part of the reason why the delay has happened is because of Trump's own actions and holding back the documents. There's another point, though. New York statute of limitations law, it's 30.10, says that if you're continuously out of the jurisdiction, then that time period doesn't count for purposes of the statute of limitations. And Donald Trump was surely out of the jurisdiction during all this time. That's an open and shut, I think, argument for the prosecution. I don't think Trump has a leg to stand on when it comes to statute of limitations. And I guess one other thing I'd say is Trump says it's all political and they're out to get him, but then he also says, well, this is all going to help me win the nomination and win the presidency. So, if that's true, all this district attorney is doing is helping Trump's candidacy.
All right, let's bring in a couple more folks. Daniel Horowitz, former assistant district attorney in the Manhattan DA's office, along with Joyce Vance, a former U.S. attorney and a law professor at the University of Alabama. Again, we are keeping our eyes on this hallway. The arraignment is set to begin at 2:15, so sometime before 2:15, we should see Donald Trump walk through. Does he say anything to the reporters gathered? We will find out. Daniel, let's talk about the case that the DA could be bringing today. Do you think that it's risky to bring a case about hush money payments against a former president?
Not if you put it in the context that I think it's going to be placed in. This, contrary to what I think defendant Donald Trump will say, is not simply a case of blackmail. This is part of I think you'll see a conspiracy count. And
What?
No, just not talking. Oh, wait, here we go.
To engage in conduct to protect then candidate Trump from stories that were going to come out that would reflect poorly on him as a candidate and hurt his candidacy. This catch and kill program that the National Enquirer had. So I don't think that you could look at this case, and we'll see in a few minutes when the indictment is unsealed, whether or not this is isolated just to a Stormy Daniels payoff, or whether or not, in fact, this is part of an allegation that this payment that was made to Stormy Daniels was part of this conspiracy to protect then candidate Donald Trump.
Joyce Vance, assuming that the primary charges here revolve around falsifying business records, what does the prosecution have to prove to make that case?
So the prosecution's most important focus will be taking the step that makes what's normally a misdemeanor charge a felony. And that means they'll have to prove that the records falsifications were committed in order to either encourage the commission of or conceal another crime. That'll be an important focus here. There are a lot of options. There are tax options. There are campaign finance options. There may be others that they uncovered during their grand jury proceedings. And so, like any crime, you have to prove the act, and that's the act. And then you have to prove the state of mind that it was committed with. And here that will involve an intent to defraud, that Donald Trump intended to defraud when these false record entries were made. It's likely that there will be some litigation.
Oh, really?
But it looks
Deborah Johnson is saying she changed her name and prefers Stormy Daniels. Okay, fair enough.
Because when you generate internal records for your business, you're not just doing that and setting them aside, never to be used again. You're doing that for a lot of external purposes. One day the tax man.
Yes, blonde woman, come with me.
Them to create records and statements to get loans or insurance. You might use them to create your financial statements. So those records really are created with the goal of them having internal integrity and accuracy. And when people intentionally cause false entries to be made, that is, of course,
I like how people keep coming up to the female officer to talk to her.
building blocks. Step
Mm-hmm.
district attorney has to establish all of these elements of the crime.
Mr. Clean Streets here in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And then
office knows that, and they will have been very careful to have scrutinized the charges and their evidence before they bring them.
Given, Daniel, that it is a heavy lift, and I think most legal analysts...
all my brains for the guy in the center, all I'm thinking of is I just keep thinking of
What about the stakes for Alvin Bragg and his...
Lord of the Rings. Some people can't tell the difference between male and female dwarves. And Aragorn goes, it's the beard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Alicia, Mundane Mystic, we can't lose focus. He did this to deceive voters regarding his lack of character. His vile embodiment of all 7 deadly sins. Yeah. Oh, she prefers, Lucky Girl said she does prefer Stormy. Fair enough. Then I will be happy to call her that.
The delay and whether that, what the reasons for that was and whether that impacts whether the case should be brought. And I will say that this was an investigation that went on for a while. It started for the
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either, Alicia, but that's okay.
A lot of people they're not necessarily watching, so I try to see people's names and read out what they've written when I respond in general. Just throwing that out there. The Alicia Leslie has a fair argument. If we keep saying porn star payoff, people will feel sorry for him. I don't actually agree. I actually think it grosses some people out, and I think it's grossing out some of the female voters who voted for him in the past. Oh, Becca Housel and Norman, I just ordered DoorDash Dairy Queen. Good for you. Good for you.
That is fabulous.
Oh, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to hear the indictments and to see this jerk. This really is cathartic. It's really, and it's great that we're doing this together.
Yes.
Oh, dude, you're on national television. Do up your tie. Do up your shirt. I'm totally for the fashion statement, the pink shirt with the purple polka dot tie. I'm totally for the fashion statement, but pull yourself together and hold your phone up so you're not slouching. You're on national television. You know you're gonna, if your mother's still around, you're gonna get a call from her.
Mm-hmm.
Stand up straight. Teresa Ford's asking Becca, did you order a He's a Busted bar?
Let me add a little bit of context. If this does send around the payments to Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, again, we're going to find out when the indictment is unsealed. What was happening when those payments by Marge were made, or when David Pecker might have been involved. And this was the end of the 2016 campaign, the days before the end of the 2016 campaign. In the couple months,
wow, she's got quite the vest on.
It looked like Donald Trump's hopes for being the president were dashed. The access
I'm thinking there's some Kevlar under that vest.
Everybody's saying Bragg came out the door.
Did he? Bragg just came out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Bragg. Oh, and I missed it. You're okay, Boo Boo. The wind's picking up outside now. Boo Boo's all like, leaves blowing around. I must look out the window. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready? Old Spirit Art said this is like honey pouring straight down from heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
called her Miss Chubby. And so his
Yeah.
comments and his behavior toward women were very much in the spotlight in the days before the election. At the time, Michael Cohen,
Trillium Tarot, CNN TV ticker says he's still awaiting arraignment, is in the courtroom.
of Donald Trump,
But I thought he would have to come out here to go into the courtroom.
about why these payments might be considered, if they are, a campaign finance violation.
3 minutes until the official timing.
You're so right to point that
Yes,
out.
the kitty.
Remember, in trying to distract from the Access Hollywood problem, which at the point, as you say, was a problem. The
All right, I'm going to turn the sound back up.
was criticizing it among the others you
Oh,
mentioned.
goodness.
Stay Gold says ABC Live just announced there was a death threat against Bragg. Another one? That's sad. No, Trillium Tarot, do your thing. Just hurry back.
Of sexual improprieties and wanted them.
Let me do a quick pull some quick thing. Is Bragg going to be safe? Is Bragg okay?
Okay.
Rexa Riz is asking. I wonder if people are calling him Sir, Sir, Mr. President. He came to me with tears in his eyes, begging for me to endorse him. Yeah. They came with tears and they we're so sorry, we're arresting you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, Bragg. It feels like he's got a lot of protection.
It was not at all clear at that time how Donald Trump was going to do in that campaign.
Alexander Bellino, good point. I hope the judge kept him waiting long enough to build reality. Yes. Never, yes. Tears in his eyes. And Bragg's family. Exactly. Minor Arcana. A bunch of kerfluffle in the background. He's okay. I don't have any real catastrophes here. So I think Bragg will be okay.
It's only less than a minute. Yeah, over a minute, less than 2 minutes away from what was to be the beginning of this court.
If Biden, Kelly B's asking if Biden and Bragg are safe. Sure, I can read on Biden.
Oh, let's look at that.
So that they can read however long this sealed indictment is. As we've been told, it could be as long as 25 pages. Laura Jarrett pointed out earlier that was the Alan Weisselberg indictment. It could be very brief. And then we are expecting to hear from Alvin Bragg later this afternoon. Chris?
And we are seeing in real time the juxtaposition of what's happening inside that courthouse and what's happening with the political wing of Donald Trump. They just sent out from his Make America Great Again account a fundraising email that sells T-shirts that have a fake mugshot on it. We've been told there will be no mugshot. There had been a lot of speculation.
If he is okay with the mugshot enough where they can sell merch with one on there,
and this is not an actual photo, but it has President Donald J. Trump on a board underneath it. It has the date.
So they're saying he will get a mugshot?
No, his emails have gone out with merch that has a fake mugshot on it. If he's going to make money off of it, he should have flipping done it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if I were the judge, oh my gosh, I would turn his butt right back down that hallway and demand that he get one.
Yes. He is the master of the grift, and it's going to grift away from him.
Lisa, I don't think so. I think he tried to hope it was on Zoom, but they wouldn't. You can't process somebody on Zoom. Like, they physically have to go in, and he has to get fingerprinted. He has to do all that. So,
yeah.
Might want to turn it back up. They can't hear the news now.
Sure.
It's a big deal and pretty devastating, I would think, internally to him.
Let us also remember that there was an indictment against Michael Cohen that said that individual one directed Michael Cohen to make these payments.
and individual one was revealed to be Donald Trump. This happened in 2018.
Thank
This
you,
was
Kelly.
the DOJ under Donald Trump that brought this indictment and ultimately put Michael Cohen. I'm sorry, was it the DOJ or was it the SDNY? I'm starting to get my offices confused here. Neil, bring us back to the moment when Michael Cohen was indicted. Andrew Weissman, bring us back to the moment when Michael Cohen was indicted and the individual one, and why Donald Trump was never, even after the fact, after he was out of the office, why he has not been federally charged, even though the feds have said he was individual one who directed Michael Cohen.
So the Michael Cohen criminal case, it began in the special counsel Mueller investigation. If you remember, Michael Cohen was charged in the special counsel investigation for lying to Congress. And he admitted to that. And the theory was that he was doing so for the then current president, Donald Trump. The part of the case that related to Michael Cohen's own financial misdeeds and campaign finance was carved out of the special counsel Mueller investigation and was sent to the Southern District of New York, an arm of the Department of Justice, where he also pleaded guilty. And as Neil reported, he pleaded guilty, admitted it was a crime. His defense lawyer obviously understood it was a crime. The prosecutor.
Okay, I'm butting in for just a second here because I just wanted to share with you. If you want to, I made that.
Yes.
So if you really need a mugshot, if that would make you feel better, and making one counts, there you go. I just want to share with you guys. That's the cover. That's the mugshot I made of him. So yeah, it's very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, good. You guys like it. Hang on, let me make sure I don't do the wrong thing. Kelpie says it's too flattering. Yeah. You're probably right. I also made him the devil, so that wasn't flattering. Okay.
Looking at higher ups in that case, but it's unclear why current DOJ did not pick this back up.
I'm trying to get this thing to load. Sorry?
Thanking Kristen. She sent me something I'm sending to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I need my stylus. Yeah, I read that. I read on that yesterday. Yeah, this was more orange. Yes, I probably should make it more orange. Again, while we're waiting. That was from the cover yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Felon Tower.
Mm-hmm. I love the little handcuffs across the bottom.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Tim. Thank you. And okay, I'm gonna find the devil picture I made.
I had to conjecture one, I could imagine that Merrick Garland comes in, sees January 6th and this whopping investigation in which Trump is, certainly implicated at the very least, and thinks, well, that's where I want to direct my resources and not this thing that is now a few years old, in which there was probably some written determination not to prosecute that. Does he want to flip that? That's a very hard thing to flip, but maybe that's what was going on at the time, and then of course the stolen documents comes up on the radar screen for Merrick Garland as well. Now that's not to excuse Garland. I think we've taken way too long on these two federal investigations, and so hopefully Jack Smith coming in has energized the prosecution investigations and is going to finally lead to some activity.
Okay, two quick images.
For anyone to have these things lingering.
The other day, for April 1st, I did Trump the Fool.
And the like.
So
I do wonder if it'll prove to be a vulnerability, the fact that the feds have not.
Very cool.
Just because it looks mean. And then I did a Trump the Devil.
Etc. Let me ask you, Dan, about the delay that we're seeing right now. This arraignment was supposed to start at 2:15. Any chance that the Trump team got a copy of the indictment before heading into court?
Very cool.
Yeah. So, and the mugshot. So
possibly, but it seems the way that the DA has set this up is, it's a very controlled and.
Charlie C. Sage defies says Trump is in court now. The exit door is the other way. Thank you, everybody. Do you like the Fool one? Yeah, it looks mean.
Possible. Look, it's.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound trite, but sometimes the wheels of justice do spin slowly, and sometimes there are administrative delays. I mean, maybe the processing, the president's processing was a little slower than they expected, but I don't think they're reading the indictment now, because I think if they were, I think we'd know about that. Given what the defense team and the defendant himself, their proclivity for public statements.
Thank you,
I think that the way that the DA has set this up in terms of the public statements and the public relations aspect of this is that unless the indictment is unsealed in court, which is where I think it's going to be unsealed, the DA gets to speak, right? There is no live camera in the courtroom. So the DA is we're going to have the indictment unsealed. And then the person who gets to speak first about it publicly is the DA, because he's going to hold the press conference. So I think this has been set up in a way that the DA gets to speak first.
We are now getting information that this is running 15 minutes late, which means about 6 minutes from now is when we're expecting this arraignment to start. Ari Melber, host of The Beat here on MSNBC, is back with us now. And Ari, as we wait for Donald Trump to come through those doors, presumably he still will, and walk down that corridor, and we'll see if he has anything to say. Will he have something to say inside? Will he be asked, how do you plead? And he responds to that.
He should be asked how he'll plead, and he will say not guilty or guilty, and it's been widely conveyed by his lawyers, so it's a public fact. They've asserted he will plead not guilty. We're going to watch this from the outside. Eventually, as we've noted, we'll get the normal sketches you get from a courtroom that doesn't have live cameras. Most states actually tend to allow this. We don't here in New York City, so that's that. But also, I think he's going to walk out a different man. This is the first day of the rest of his life. He is very accustomed, even in New York, this is a city he knows well. It's a city that in many ways he maneuvered for a long time on the edge of the law and on all of his deals. This is a different experience. And I think it's one that, while everyone has their views about Donald Trump, we've come to know him as a nation.
Good idea, Anna. Thank you.
This is still a human being. As we say, the defendant has rights, but he also is going to have to take time to process it. He may not do that in the next hour. He may not do that tonight. He may be in public presentation mode. But in the days ahead, I think today will be an experience that weighs on him because, like so many others who've gone through this experience, we've got some legal experts and lawyers here who know it well. It does to people, even successful people, even powerful people, as they see that they're in a different arena.
Kristen said, Mrs. Betty Bauer's tweet, Obama had just demanded to see Donald's long-form arrest certificate.
Awesome. It's probably not true, but gosh, I hope it is.
Right. And 2535 Apple, would he make a plea deal? In order to make a plea deal, he would have to admit some level of culpability, which he never will. He will never publicly take responsibility for anything.
Right. Plus the fact that he would have to offer something in return.
Right.
And Bragg has a lot more to gain by taking this to court than he has to lose.
Right. So,
in theory. So.
At the DA's wife, lashing out at the judge, lashing out at the special counsel, anybody that is questioning him or trying to hold him accountable, he is going after them. He's even going after, today alone, his former attorney general, Bill Barr, who, in the conversation we were just having, did not pursue the case against him. I guess he hasn't seen him to be satisfactorily cheering him on over the past few years. Again, he didn't investigate what he called election interference, or not election interference, the fraud during 2020. Donald Trump wanted him to investigate and to hold the new election and to do everything in his power to do things over. And Bill Barr said, no, I see no evidence of it. This isn't there. It's not a case. Donald Trump is not right about this. He used more colorful language than that. We've also already seen the campaign send out a blast. And here are a couple of Donald Trump's lawyers. You see Joe Tacopina, you see Boris Epshteyn, Donald Trump's legal advisor in the campaign. He's been around since 2016, longtime friend of Don Jr. That's how he got into the orbit. But the campaign, as I was saying a moment ago, is already blasting off political T-shirts with his quote-unquote mugshot on it. We know that a mugshot has not been taken. They've used a picture of Donald Trump and put it in front of the standard mugshot look and are blasting it out. Here's Donald Trump walking through the hallway. Let's listen to see if he speaks to reporters.
Will you come speak to us, President Trump?
Oh, he's unhappy. Oh.
Okay, so that was pretty brief. I thought he was going to come toward the cameras and enter the courtroom doors, but apparently not. There you can see Jason Miller, communications director on the campaign, follow behind him. So he's entering into that courtroom. The indictment will be presented to him, at which point we will see if the indictment gets unsealed immediately, and if it's handed to reporters by paper copy, or if it's distributed through email, or if there is just a viewing copy, which reporters would then have to take photos of and send out. We are waiting to see how it goes. But with 30 plus counts in this indictment, it could be a very long document, Andrea, and we're just going to have to wait at least a few minutes to find out what will happen next.
And we are going to find out, and then we're replaying that video, the very brief video of Donald Trump walking out with security, with his attorneys. He is, and of course, Secret Service. Going into that courtroom, in the courtroom, reporters are not allowed to have cameras. They're not allowed to have any recording devices. There are a few still photographers in there, at least for the beginning. It'll be Judge Merchan, of course, presiding and reading the charges, and the indictments will be unsealed at some point very, imminently. And then the defense will be able to ask for a brief delay to read it, understandably, to see what the charges are. We know that they're going to plead not guilty and probably move for several other quick motions. But this whole thing could take about 15 minutes. And once it is unsealed, we will have the answers to what is the legal basis for moving this from a misdemeanor to a felony, as has been widely reported? What are in the 30 plus?
We don't know yet. Charlie, where was it? Charlie C. Sage of Fire says Mary Trump has said he is mortified. I think that would be a good word for it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And David Garcia saying no accordion hand press conferences.
Interesting to see
yeah.
Screen, right? What you were talking about and what Katie was talking about, which is these very serious.
Katie Arbuckle, who's a grumpy guy? Trump is. Who's a grumpy guy?
Not only is he putting out a fake mug.
Oh, Alexis, I wish I was at home watching right now. My champagne is there. Oh, that was glorious. Linda Johnson says that looked like the devil picture that Autumn made.
Yeah, he's not doing too hot at the moment.
No, he's Oh.
His son, Eric, yesterday, who was
no race fist. Yes, Joyce, exactly.
Yeah, reality has smacked him pretty hard.
Yeah.
is continuing to
He does look shaken.
what is by any other account.
Hopefully he's going in the stir.
Something positive for him, something we have seen him do time and time and time again.
Oh, come on. You can give me half credit for that one.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Shaken and stir. Stir. Shaken and stir.
Donald Trump is inside. His lawyers are inside. What's happening?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, here, let's try it again. Oh, glare. Did you see the glare?
Uh-huh. That's the whole "you're beneath me."
Yes. How dare you not stand in to stop your king?
That can go forward smoothly.
How dare you not attack the building and carry me out on your shoulders?
Mhm.
Oh, glorious. Screenshot, exactly, Cheryl. Oh, it's a good day in America. Yes, Julianne, how dare you not rescue me?
Mhm.
Bah.
You know, judges, at least at that level, are used to dealing with egos, and they are highly schooled in putting those egos down. So he can keep it up, and it will not bode well for him in the end.
Yep.
So,
but it's his mouth that's going to get him into trouble.
Oh yeah, checks, cashing.
Thank you, Lois. Threat of Hope says that's a someone stole my hamburger glare. Yes, Craig Dixon, the next charges will be more serious. Becca from Hassel and Norman said earlier, reminded us, this is just the appetizer.
I'll be back in just 1 second.
Or a motion for a change of venue or a discovery motion.
Yes, Rose Blue, how dare you see me at my most vulnerable?
Case like this, that schedule will be relaxed.
Yes, Lady Eva, he got hamburger-lured.
The judge will then turn to the prosecutor and say, you have an equal amount of time to respond to the motion schedule.
By the way, today is not monetized, so we can watch all this together. Just throwing that out there. If I understand some of you can't afford it, but if you could throw something in the chat or join the channel, you can use emojis or PayPal. I'd really appreciate it. So subscribe, hit the thumbs up, please. So. Yes, Linda Johnson. And how many more times are we going to see the other perp walks? Yes. Kenny Jones says that's going to be his new mugshot. Oh, I'm definitely taking that picture. I'm going to do something with it. I haven't decided what yet. But of course, you know me. I'm going to do something with it.
And his lawyers act out and say inappropriate things and threaten the prosecutor and threaten the prosecutor's wife.
Oh, hang on a second.
That are going to poison a potential jury.
That was Mama. It says, I'm in my car in the parking lot at Lowe's in Central Pennsylvania, so I don't miss it. So I'm doing my errands. Kathy Ritchie says, Autumn, call my work. Tell them I'm sick. I want to stay. Give me the phone number.
I got you. I'll call in for you. Thank you, Fire Queen.
You know you want to call in for you. Lynott.
Oh, God, yes. Mm-hmm.
They will rue the day they thought of wanting you to when you've had even a single sniffle. Lynott is awesome. She is such an advocate for people. Oh, Kathy W, thank you. Kelly B, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Velma's Mama.
And then secondly, the judge decided not to allow cameras in the courtroom. I know that's a long-standing New York rule, but the judge does have discretion. Would you have been arguing if you were in there for a camera in the courtroom?
So first of all, I just want to remind our viewers what's going on, this process of arraignment. So that, goes all the way back to the 14th century. It's reflected in the Sixth Amendment. It's a short thing. It's just notice of the charges. So, our viewers shouldn't get excited that we're going to have like a big substantive debate or footage or anything like that. Basically, three things are going to happen right now. One, the charges are going to be read and Trump's going to learn about them. Not the evidence against Trump, but just the charges themselves. The evidence is going to take months to unfold. Second, Trump is going to say whether he pleads guilty or not guilty. And third, as Dan says, there are going to be some motions, perhaps something about Trump and his ability to speak and to attack the prosecutors and the like. Now, you asked Katie about cameras in the courtroom, and Donald Trump yesterday filed a motion to prevent cameras from being placed in the courtroom because he said it would create a circus-like atmosphere, which is, in my mind, a kind of interesting thing for him to say, since he's the one who's been creating a lot of the circus. I think he really just wants to be the ringleader. But as Ari said a moment ago, New York generally doesn't have cameras in the.
Okay, I'm making that quiet just for a minute because I did make a humble pie image. Let me just throw this in here. It's very exciting, isn't it? Crow and humble pie.
I remember that one.
Yeah, I was showing people of the creative sprint.
Thank you, Deborah. Oh my gosh, yes.
I was showing people the creative sprints, and they were like, "It needs ketchup." It's like, oh, well, there's bread on the plate. No, it needs ketchup. So I had to go make a ketchup bottle and put some splatter on the wall. So that's Trump, crow and humble pie. Yeah. It's such a great day for America. Thank you for being here. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Thank you, Kelly.
Beast Mrs. Thank you. And Beast Mrs. That's my favorite. Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Is it Cav Mom? Cave Mom? Thank you. And Deborah Johnson, thank you. And Robin D, thank you. Okay, oh gosh, this is so great. This is so great. Kathy DeLa, thank you. Oh, you love the crow pie. Oh.
Imposing a gag order right up front when you're dealing with a presidential candidate who will no doubt make this prosecution part of his platform as a presidential candidate. And when you impose a gag order, you have to be prepared to enforce the gag order. And that would be exceedingly difficult against this particular individual.
Do it.
I agree with the comments made
I do.
earlier.
I have been getting, let me double check, but I have been getting, he's going to get himself in
the most important thing from the judge might be admonitions about what crosses the line in terms of personal attacks on the judge, the judge's family, the DA, the DA's family, and then in a form of escalation to see where it goes. The other thing I have to say, Andrea, looking at what's going on, observing the motorcade, observing everything around 100 Center Street, it's obvious to me that a lot of advance work went into this effort today with the Secret Service, where they brought the motorcade. It's obvious that they thought a lot about this, and this is a very difficult situation for them.
We are about to get our first pictures from inside the courtroom. Andrea, you mentioned this just a short time ago, that there are photographers who were chosen to be in there. They could not do it during the actual arraignment, but before the arraignment, the still photographers were in there to take photos. They're from the Daily Mail, the New York Post, the Associated Press, Reuters,
ABC
and
Live
Getty. So we are told that very shortly we are going to get those still photos. It'll be our first look inside that courtroom. We have it. Let's take a look. There he is sitting surrounded by his legal team. Let's talk a little bit, if we can, Andrew Weissman, about his legal team, which includes a new addition just in the last, 24, 48 hours or so.
Sure. So the woman that we're seeing to Donald Trump's right is Susan Necklace. She is a career defense lawyer. She is extremely well respected. She was one of the primary people who argued the Trump Organization trial in October and November. of this year. She lost that trial, but you can be very, very good and still lose a case. That was a very hard case for anyone to prevail in. But she is somebody who has a really good reputation, a very good relationship with the district attorney's office. So we're really actually seeing Donald Trump for once actually really getting somebody who's sort of appropriate to the occasion. And the person to Donald Trump's left is Joe Tacopina, who I think everyone familiar with this show has seen repeatedly on air. I'm not sure if he's going to actually enter a notice of appearance as being counsel of record, meaning that he will actually be on this case. If he does, there will be a lot of issues that have been raised about whether that raises a conflict, because he appears to have had an attorney-client relationship of some sort with Stormy Daniels, and she may be a witness. So you
think? True. Okay, I'll just throw this in there quickly. Is his mouth gonna get him into trouble? Yes. 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 Held accountable. And I was like, is he really gonna be held accountable? Oh no, they're just gonna be listening, and they will shut him up if necessary. Of course, he's going to be trying to raise money, but all of that is going to become more and more of a burden that he's going to have to carry. So, and I keep getting a woman here. I keep getting. It could be Lady Justice. It could be. I know the judge is a man, but I keep getting like a female judge, or maybe it's Justice or something. But he's. Aw.
Bless.
Who did his hair?
I don't know.
I mean, seriously, stuck his finger into socket.
Good
grief, I washed my hair this morning and just let it naturally dry, and my hair looks better than that. Lucky girl. Yes, here's to Erasmus Day. Yay! Chris says I've never seen him with his mouth shut. Yes, Electra Storm. Yes, Electra Storm may be the female judges for another case. True.
I just want to point out to viewers, this is the first time we've ever
seen
an image of Donald J. Trump as a criminal defendant.
Oh, Angela, thank you. Angela Good Eve. It's a great name.
We were told by our anchors here just before the cameras were ushered out of the room. So if people are remembering, the judge did not clear cameras for the actual proceeding, the brief arraignment. But they do have, as is in
How many of you think he's done like drops in his eyes to clear them up? Because I don't think he slept.
Actual real documentation of him in this now filed case, the people of the state of New York versus Donald J. Trump, defendant. That's the face of a criminal defendant. I will say, as we'll be repeating throughout our coverage, he's also legally presumed innocent. But if it's not a happy face, if it is a different Donald Trump, and if it is quite different than the fake, false mugshot that people may hear about from family members or friends or see online, that's the fake news. Donald Trump is purveyor of the fake news because there is no mugshot as far as we've been told as of now. And so this image, those police behind him, they are there to keep
Sandra, he
order.
looks low energy.
So while this is a former president with his own Secret Service, he is going, as we've mentioned in our coverage, to adjust to a scene like this. The police are there to keep order, including, if necessary, him and his lawyers in order. He is just a human being. He is just a citizen. I draw attention to this because we were getting the great breakdown, and I mean it because we learned about it, and it's true. The gentleman left Cadwallader. Mr. Tacopina is a pit bull. We're told Donald Trump likes that. He's obviously argued the case on TV. But flanked by his lawyers, he is a man who needs criminal defense lawyers and who doesn't want you to see this image, which is why he's doing the counter programming, which we've been careful not. We haven't, I believe, shown the fake mugshot because it's not a real thing. It's just we've mentioned it so people understand there's that propaganda out there.
I showed you a fake mugshot I made, but I told you it's
I think, is a moment in history. Yeah. And it's really striking, Chris, to see him as a defendant there.
It is, and you don't want to read too much into a single picture, but he seems sitting between, flanked by his lawyers, a man very much in an unfamiliar and uncomfortable situation that he has not ever found himself in, below, almost pensive. And Katie...
Did she lose internet?
Him He often did not find himself ever in a position where he was actually a defendant. But this is, as if I may steal the line here from Neil, a moment of reckoning for Donald Trump, Katie.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting is that in 2016 and in 2020, when he was running, mostly though in 2016, because he was running against Hillary Clinton, the images at the rallies and on buttons and T-shirts, and some people even dressed up in prison jumpsuits, was of Hillary Clinton behind bars, Hillary Clinton going to jail. Lock her up was what you would hear at the rallies from his supporters and occasionally from Donald Trump himself. Now the campaign is using a fake mugshot of Donald Trump to garner
how things have changed.
So it's an interesting turning of the tables to say that you can't vote for Hillary Clinton, but she's a criminal, to vote for me, even though I've been accused of being a criminal, and here's a fake mugshot to help raise some money. I'm going to ask about the lawyers, and Ari, I'm going to have to recuse you from this question because it does somewhat involve you. Joe Tacopina has been appearing a lot on television, including on Ari's show, Andrew. Is that helpful? I know Donald Trump wants a bulldog, but are his appearances helpful?
No.
Well, it is a way for...
If you have watched any of them, the man is a moron.
Yes, he's a menace.
Yes. Ann Harding, yes. Trump, yes, he is comfortably numb. That is...
Yeah.
He's become comfortably numb.
He's been uncomfortably dumb for years, so it's, you know. Here's the thing. I want that lawyer, the female right there. I want her to be as good as described. I want him to have a crack shot legal team to where when it's done, that's one last thing he can appeal on.
Right.
I want all chances of appeal taken away. I mean, I want him to have whatever it is, because at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence.
Yes.
So anything that will...
Sorry. Startled me.
Yeah, that's a thing. Are you okay?
Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lynotte's saying all benzoed out. Lynette, were you here earlier? I was saying good things about you because you're awesome.
Felony counts of falsifying business records.
Oh, do we have the...
What does that tell you?
Oh, wait, do we have the...
We'd heard reports about the 34, so this is confirmation. The felony counts is really interesting, that there are no misdemeanors. Everyone had been talking about whether there would be this filing of false business records that can be charged as a misdemeanor and as a felony. It's very interesting that the choice was made here to only charge felonies. And I do think that we're going to be very interested in seeing how they get there. It does suggest to me real confidence in the case by the district attorney that they are not charging misdemeanors, that they think that their facts and legal theories as to why it is only felonies is appropriate here. It does suggest I'd say real confidence on their part. And it's worth noting, this is the district attorney who initially held off charging when he became the district attorney and said that this case was not ready. And it's only a year later that he has now said it's ready to proceed. And the fact that they're all felonies does suggest to me that there probably was something that happened, in whether it's witnesses or documents or both, in that intervening year while Alvin Bragg has been the new district attorney.
Andrew, let me just jump in here, because it's, according to NBC News, it's 34 counts of falsifying records and conspiracy. Now, NBC News is not reporting felony. Reuters and others apparently are. But right now, what we are reporting is 34 counts of falsifying business records and conspiracy.
is?
So that would be very different. So it sounds like this is, we're in an information vacuum. Obviously the conspiracy count is one where I think people, including myself, thought that they might bring that in order to have the David Pecker, Karen McDougal information and the evidence from that be part of a broader conspiracy involving this catch and kill scheme. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they did that so that what they're focusing on is not solely Stormy Daniels and those payments.
Is the number of counts that we're looking at here any indication of the breadth, the seriousness? Does it tell us anything about this case?
I think that people should not overreact to that. I think that you can have one core set of facts, and it is possible to have sort of many crimes that emanate from that. So if you have a false business filing and that filing is made repeatedly, and you use it in different ways, or you create many different documents, all connected to one scheme, the fact that you are able to charge that 34 times doesn't really change the way I think that a jury might look at it, but certainly not how the judge is going to look at it. They're going to be looking through past those charges to see what is the actual scheme that's being charged. When I used to do securities fraud, mail fraud, wire fraud cases, you could charge thousands of counts because there's so many ways in which mail and wire fraud can happen, and you usually take representative samples. So I don't think the number of charges alone is indicative of the seriousness.
So Chris, Ari and I were talking before the show about basically what are we looking for at this particular moment? What are we going to be looking for? And I think there are three things that we settled on. Ari, correct me if I'm wrong. One is how many are felony, how many are misdemeanor? So looking at that, how serious are things? Number two, the scope. Is it just around Stormy Daniels, or is it also involving Karen McDougal and the National Enquirer and the potential campaign finance stuff that occurs there? And third, what is the theory or theories that the district attorney, the prosecutor, is going to use to convert these misdemeanors to felonies? At least two we've heard about, bandied about, that these were to further tax violations and that they're to further campaign finance violations. And then
one of the things that Adam Reese is reporting, the 34 counts related to hush money payments to two women.
To two women. So it does suggest that it's Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels as the two. We'll have to see. Well, maybe there's someone else we don't know about. But if it's those two, it wouldn't surprise me then if part of the theory of the felony enhancement that the district attorney is using is a campaign finance violation one, because the McDougal payments were wrapped up with campaign finance violations. Now there can be state violations that campaign finance law. That's a little hard in a federal election, but there's at least a theory. There could be federal campaign finance charges or violations that could be the basis for this aggravator to make this a felony. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think
we will see if it's Karen McDougal in just a moment, but it would make sense because we did see David Pecker go and testify in front of the grand jury a couple times. And David Pecker was involved in the catch and kill of Karen McDougal's story, paying her to not say anything about the affair that she says she had with Donald Trump. We're waiting in just a second. We're gonna go to Adam Reese, who is our NBC News producer, who was inside that courtroom. We're gonna share him with NBC News, so it might be a kind of awkward juggle to get there. And if I have to interrupt, forgive me. That's a fair warning. But if we're talking about Karen McDougal, we're talking about Stormy Daniels, we're talking about the days ahead of the 2016 election. Daniel, I want to ask you, how much will the prosecutors make of that moment in time? Earlier, I was talking about the Access Hollywood tape, the way that he was talking about the former Miss Universe pageant. Are they likely to bring the courtroom, the jurors back to what it was like in the days before the election to try and set the stakes for why Donald Trump would want to be paying a woman off not to say anything about an affair that she says she had?
Absolutely. And I think that one of the critical things that we just learned is that there's a conspiracy count. Now, the conspiracy count is important because it doesn't just give the district attorney a legal platform to bring in the catch and kill narrative, but it actually will likely be what's called a speaking indictment. Now, as Andrew and Neil know, indictments really come in two flavors. The traditional indictment really is just a highly legalistic document that tracks what is stated in the law with a very small smattering, if you would, of facts. A speaking indictment, which is often used when there's a conspiracy count, gives the indictment the flavor of telling a much more robust, full story. And so it's an opportunity to marry narrative and law. And I don't think there's any question that in the prologue to the conspiracy count, there's going to be a reference to the election, to the stakes, and to evidence that indicates that now defendant Donald Trump had an intention to commit these other crimes related to his campaign in 2016.
And I just want to read what Adam Reese and Derek Gregorian has read. Literally, Trump pleads not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records related to hush money payments in 2016. Former President Donald Trump pleaded not guilty in a Manhattan courtroom, 34 counts of falsifying business records and conspiracy for his alleged role in the hush money payments to two women. As you've been pointing out, most likely that is Karen McDougal toward the end of his 2016 presidential campaign. And the indictment has been unsealed in the brief proceeding before Judge Juan Merchan.
And Andrea, could I jump in for a second?
Yeah, please.
Just to echo what we've been saying, but I want to put a button on it for the viewers. We now, according to Adam Reese, our court reporter, and our fact-checking process, have the information here about two women. That is the first time in this case, in this court proceeding, we've ever had that from the government. There's been voluminous reporting and inference. Our colleagues, Katie Tur and others, saying what we knew about witnesses going in, but sometimes witnesses go in and they don't always lead to charges, or they're used for other corroboration, rebuttal, or fact pattern. So I just want to be clear with the viewers. Breaking news here out of the courtroom. We don't have in our hands yet the full unsealed indictment, but we do have new information for the first time out of court that the DA is charging this as a false business records and conspiracy case with regard to payments to more than one woman, to two women.
Adam Reese is on our line from the courthouse.
Lester, good afternoon. We all started at about 2:32. When the judge came in, just prior to that, former President Trump entered the courtroom wearing a blue suit, a white shirt, and a red tie. He slowly walked past the reporters seated. He almost sort of ambled his way into the courtroom. He took his seat at the defense table in between his four attorneys. He was seated just in between his attorney, Susan Nichols, and Joe Tacopina. Todd Blanche, who was just added yesterday, was sitting at the end. He spoke on behalf of President Trump. Chris Conroy was the prosecutor, the assistant district attorney. He began by saying that there were 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. When he was asked, President Trump firmly said he pleads not guilty. The prosecutors handed over the indictment. They said it was unsealed at 1:30. In describing the indictment, they said that Mr. Trump tried to conceal a conspiracy and undermine the 2016 election, to identify and suppress negative information. This was covert and illegal payments at Mr. Trump's direction, directed to Michael Cohen. And the purpose was to suppress this affair and this negative information. He paid Cohen, and in doing so, he falsified those business records. He falsified it as cash. This was concealing another crime, a more serious crime. The prosecutor went on to say that Mr. Trump has made recent threatening emails and speeches, both directed at New York City, the courts here in New York, the justice system, and the district attorney's office. He said that these are irresponsible social media posts that threaten death and destruction, and even World War III. He said that these public statements to the district attorney, which included a photo of him swinging a baseball bat towards the district attorney's head, was very concerning. They're concerned about this and what effect it will have on
I'm getting
potential
some hail,
jurors and
just letting you know.
witnesses. But they said that this will not dissuade the office, and they're seeking a protective order regarding discovery materials. They're very concerned that some of the attorneys or some of this may be leaked, or that President Trump himself would use some of that discovery in a way that would compromise the potential trial. They began discussing conditions of release. They talked about how defense attorney Joe Tacopina had communications with Stormy Daniels, and that could present a conflict. In response, Todd Blanche, representing Mr. Trump, said that the people just spoke for 10 minutes. They haven't seen discovery. They talk about Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen has been standing on the steps of this courthouse revealing all kinds of material that will be relevant in the trial. Mr. Trump has sorry, I'm just being moved here. They say that Mr. Trump has responded forcefully and clearly. He's very upset, he's frustrated, and he believes that this is an injustice. The hearing is going on right now. The judge said that he's taking the rhetoric and the language he's using, and he's very concerned about it. Blanche then said, well, this is free speech. He talked about the investigator, Mark Pomerantz, who wrote specifics. I'm going to have to toss it back to you, Lester.
All right, Adam, so just to be clear, I'm sorry, I lost you in my ear for a second. Just to be clear, these charges would be felonies then because he's citing the campaign violation, perhaps, finance violation.
I believe they're misdemeanors, 34 counts of falsifying in the first degree. I would defer to Laura.
Yeah, actually, let me.
If it's falsifying in the first degree, that's a felony.
Right. The first degree falsifying business records is a felony. So that means that we can divine that.
So we just got an awful lot of information from Adam Reese, who was inside that courtroom, and we are just hearing that these 34 counts, including falsifying business records, are felonies. We got a lot of other information that we heard from Adam Reese via the district attorney, that he tried to undermine the 2016 election, that he tried to suppress the affair. And in paying Michael Cohen, he falsified business records. But also interesting that he talked about the threatening speeches in social media, which he called irresponsible, death and destruction, and World War III. What is your takeaway, Ari Melber, from what we just heard from Adam Reese from inside that courtroom?
Thanks to our colleague Adam, who, as people could tell, was sort of phoned in, I think, from wherever position he could quickly get to, and he gave us a lot. All of our lawyers here will go through this. I think what's striking is this is not the narrowest possible fact pattern. Again, we need to see the full unsealed indictment, but to answer your question in breaking news, based on what we heard from our colleague Adam, I would call it medium, not small or large. It broadens beyond Ms. Daniels. It includes campaign conspiracy. Again, according to Mr. Reese, it includes the business records, the theory of the case, that this was falsified, it was mistreated as cash, that was a knowing lie. Interestingly, Mr. Cohen made tapes where Donald Trump makes a reference to cash. So they may feel that they have some extra contemporaneous material even beyond the checks. The idea that this was to suppress and covertly impact an election raises the question of what election, what charge. I'm not going to speculate on that statute yet, but I think within an hour or two we'll have it. And I have fine lawyers beside us who may also do that. And lastly, before we hand it off to the rest of our panel, I'll mention that the discussion in court of the threats to the DA was striking. It was a question raised on our air earlier today. It's a question many have raised. Anyone else doing this thug activity, I use that word quite specifically, and thuggishly bringing in the DA's wife and thuggishly posting a picture with a weapon above and beyond everything else Donald Trump has said and his promises of pardons for violent insurrectionists and everything else in the recent history, you would expect there to have been that raised immediately. I think it is striking and notable that it was. I'd love to look at that full transcript. Again, we want to get more information, but those are some highlights.
Andrea, I want to throw to you, but I think it's important to mention that at some point we are expecting to hear from Alvin Bragg, so he will be asked questions about his decisions in bringing this indictment. But go ahead, Andrea.
No, I just wanted to elaborate on something that was mentioned by Adam Reese, which is that in that colloquy between the prosecutor, the assistant DA, the judge, and the defense, there was also the issue of of course, as Ari member was just saying, the issue of those threats, the threatening social media posts. And when the defense lawyer said that that was because Mr. Trump was frustrated and was responding forcibly, the judge said he was concerned. And I think it's really interesting that Adam said that he was asking, that the prosecution is asking for a protective order on discovery. Let's listen to more from Adam Reese.
And that this was aiding and concealing the concession of another crime. And again, as I said, they went on to say they were very concerned. He wasn't afraid to bring up the threatening email posts and statements that President Trump has been making, both against the city, the courts, the justice system, including the DA's office. They're very concerned, not only for their own safety, but for the influence of a potential witness or a juror. These social media posts that threaten death and destruction and World War III, the public statements he's been making, the picture of him swinging a baseball bat towards DA Bragg's head. They're very concerned about these posts and, again, the potential effect on jurors and witnesses. But he said this won't dissuade the office. They're seeking the protective order. We'll have to see what the judge decides on that, as well as conditions of release. They want him to be warned about his statements. And as I mentioned earlier, they're concerned that Tacopina, his attorney, Joe Tacopina, had communications with Stormy Daniels, and he will likely not be able to cross-examine her if, in fact, she becomes a witness. That's certainly a conflict of interest.
Adam, it's Hallie. I'm wondering if you can clarify or explain if the judge had any response to what you're talking about here, the idea that some of these threats have been brought up, not just against the prosecutor's office, but against the judge himself. And I also want to check on one point. I think I heard you say Todd Blanche spoke for Donald Trump, so Donald Trump himself did not say the words not guilty. Is that correct?
No, Donald Trump did say not guilty very firmly, but Todd Blanche was the attorney speaking on behalf of the defense. In terms of your question about the judge, he said we're taking this rhetoric and language that Mr. Trump is using very seriously.
Adam Reese.
Okay, seriously, he said not guilty. How can you tell Trump is lying? His lips are moving.
We were sharing resources with NBC.
Okay.
So forgive us for that. He did say
All right.
Donald Trump.
Sorry about that. The rain is really loud here, and there's some hail, but it'll be okay. It'll go away. But
Andrew Weissman.
yeah. And I've done 12 questions for today. It's 2:09. So I'm going to stay on here just a little bit longer. See if maybe when he comes out or anything else. But this is so great. Oh, this is so great. Yeah, see, Tarina, accountability is not a word Donnie knows. Exactly.
If you are somebody that is picked to be on a jury for a trial including Donald Trump.
Oh my gosh. Kristen says, uncovered news, breaking news, Donald Trump Jr. has posted a picture of the judge's daughter.
But can you feel
have you lost your mind? How about you? Have you lost your
might
mind?
Not talk about your identity or release details about your identity or do something that might in some way threaten your own life.
Have you lost your mind?
So how does the judge how does the judge handle that given the history of this particular defendant?
He's kidding.
So, Katie,
He's the baby boo.
Let's just take
Junior just posted yes
for a moment and just understand the nature
Junior?
of the question, which is
Oh my gosh. Ricky says if convicted, Trump is facing 134 years in prison.
President of the United States.
Oh, Don Jr., you moron. Oh, the good boo kitty.
By the former president or his allies.
Ooh, boy. All right, I'm gonna read on that.
Conversation to have when you sort of step back for a moment. This issue that you've raised is one that Judge Lewis Kaplan, who is the presiding federal judge over the E. Jean Carroll case that's going to happen in less than a month in New York, has had to deal with when he said that he is going to take steps to protect that jury, and that's in a civil case. But the same thing is going to have to happen in this criminal case and any future criminal cases. These are steps that are routinely taken in organized crime cases where you have those types of defendants. So the courts are capable and able to protect jurors, and jurors rise to the occasion in those very difficult circumstances. But it is a breathtaking concept that this is something that you have to worry about. I should say that now that we're hearing about these being felony accounts, that does suggest, as I mentioned, an enormous sort of faith in the part of the district attorney. And the other is we're getting some information that the theory of the case for why these are felonies goes beyond campaign finance and includes tax charges. And I think the relevance of that is that it leads to it being on a stronger footing. There's a lot of people who have issues about whether a federal crime can be the so-called bump up to get something from a misdemeanor to a felony. And there's concern about if it's campaign finance at the state level, whether that's a preempted crime, meaning that it's not really allowed because it's really about a federal election. But if there are tax charges, that seems that are state tax charges, that seems like the DA is trying to really make sure that they have a number of different grounds so that if there's a motion to dismiss, there's really no way that all of this is going to, the case may get narrowed, but it's not going to all go away.
And if I could just pick up on that. So, and I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to tentatively disagree with my friend Ari. Ari, you had said on the basis on the option small, medium, or large set of charges here. I think that this is large, based on everything we're hearing about. It viewed against the range of things we've been hearing about for the last 2 weeks. So if everything here is a felony, there's nothing charged as a misdemeanor. If it's not just about Stormy Daniels, but also about another woman, presumably Karen McDougal, and if the enhancement theory is not just campaign finance violation, but tax, that's pretty much the, going to 11 set of options that the district attorney had available to him. I'm not aware of much else in the discussion up to this point of a charge that, or a theory that Bragg could have brought that we're not hearing is actually in this.
So what is your question for Alvin Bragg if you were at that press conference, which you think he's going to have?
Right. Well, he would never answer it, but I want to know, what changed? This was something that you had put the brakes on earlier. Everyone thought this thing was dead, except for one guy who happens to be sitting with us right here, Andrew Weissman, who wrote a piece last June saying, actually, this thing isn't dead. There may be reasons why it's on a pause, but that it could actually come back. He was the one person who actually thought this was still going on. Bragg obviously, did think something was going on. Something changed. And that's what I want to know. There's two ways of reading that. One is, well, it's, him being political. That's the Trump story, that he basically killed this investigation and then to make his name or something like that, revived it. The other is, no, he was doing his job as a cautious prosecutor. He had these memos from Mark Pomerantz and others, which weren't credible. But for future prosecutors, new prosecutors came online, including someone from the U.S. Justice Department, Matthew Colangelo, and they looked at it and said, hey, actually, there is something very serious here, and there's a viable legal theory to get us there.
Yeah, and I welcome Neil's thoughts because we're going to do this throughout the day and get a hold of the indictment. So I was at an initial medium. He's at an initial large. Andrew Weissman always goes supersize if you're familiar with his career as a prosecutor. Ask Enron or the Mafia or any number of defendants. But I did want to say, what we're going to watch for is how many tentacles are there. And to Neil's point in the question of whether tax and other conspiracies come in, that may be more difficult for Trump and his lawyers to deal with.
Andrea?
And
Joyce Vance, let's talk about your take, small, medium, or large. It seems to me that if you've got tax cases involved here, conspiracy and tax, and business fraudulent business filings, you're going pretty large.
I think it is going big, and to the point that was being made before people knew what was in the indictment, there were a lot of complaints, many of them motivated by politics, saying that this was an insignificant indictment, that it was just about some records-keeping violations. I'm sure this becomes more clear when we see the unsealed indictment, but knowing that there is a significant number of felony charges, that it's more expansive than Stormy Daniels, that begins to give us a picture of the work that was done here. I have the same question that Neil has. I'm very interested in knowing what changes, but having been a prosecutor for 25 years, having been involved in many extensive grand jury investigations, I can tell you that sometimes when witnesses get in front of the grand jury and begin answering questions, new facts, unexpected facts can come to light.
Don't say.
Or you can begin to see existing facts through a different filter. And you begin to appreciate that when defendants begin to engage in conduct together, there are multiple crimes. The conduct that they're engaging in can amount to more than just one crime. And so from what we're hearing early on about this indictment, it sounds like something that will withstand scrutiny.
I wonder if I could just jump in on Joyce's point. This is Andrew. I think one of the things that our newest anchor, Jen Psaki, her interview on Sunday of the prior DA, the DA who stepped down and.
Okay, I gotta jump in for a second. I just wanted to, I did at 18:30, something like that. About Don Jr. 18:30, Don Jr. Will this, is he gonna be in trouble? He's much like his father in that he doesn't believe he will ever be held accountable for anything. And he's going to continue to do these awful things. And they are legal choices that he is making. There could be something, but I'm not getting anything right away. So unfortunately, no on that. Was I dancing because it's a happy day? Yes, I was. Yes, I am. Oh, yeah. Deb Hopkins. Sniffy Jr. just posted a photo of the judge's daughter on Truth Social. Yes, that's what I was just reading on. He should be brought up on charges, but I don't know. I'm not getting that. In order to conceal a conspiracy. CC Ryder asked, did the cards say how shocked Trump's legal team is? Do they believe Trump's lies? No, they don't believe it, but they're there to do a job. So they're there to take his side. But no, they don't believe his lies. No. Mm-mm. Absolutely, Velda. Just in the chat there, or in the comments, or in PayPal. The only thing that recurs is if you join to be a member. But you can use the cute little emojis if you do. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Oh, Squeaker Bunny. Squeaker Bunny.
To the city of New York, to the courts here in New York, to the justice system, and even to the DA's office. They're very concerned about the irresponsible social media posts that he threatened death and destruction, and even used the term World War III.
Yeah.
These threats were directed, the public statements were directed at the district attorney here. He mentioned the photograph of former President Trump using a baseball bat towards the district attorney. They're very concerned. They would like some kind of order given by the judge to force President Trump to stop these, is concerned about the effect this could have on potential jurors or witnesses. But he did say this won't dissuade his office. They're seeking that protective order. And that also includes discovery materials. They want conditions of his release. They want the judge to make warnings. They talked about defense attorney Joe Tacopina and his communications years ago with Stormy Daniels and how that could pose a conflict of interest as we move towards a potential trial. He won't be allowed to cross-examine her. Whether or not he can stay on the defense team, that's another question. And then at that time, his defense attorney, Todd Blanche, stood up and spoke. He said, the people just spoke for 10 minutes. We haven't even seen discovery. He talked about Michael Cohen standing on the steps of the courthouse. Every time he comes and meets with prosecutors, he announces all the charges. He said that, you know, Donald Trump has responded forcefully. Yes, he has, but he's upset. He's frustrated. He believes that this is an injustice. The judge responded by saying that we're taking this rhetoric and the language that former President Trump is using very seriously. And Blanche responded, well, there is free speech. The investigator who worked on the first case, this is called the so-called zombie case, Mark Pomerantz wrote a book and he speaks publicly. Cohen has continued to be on every news show. And Mr. Trump is running for election. And we just received a copy of the indictment minutes ago, and he said this is really an injustice.
Adam, it's Katie Tur. Color inside the courtroom. I really do feel like you brought me in there. In terms of the indictment, I know the defense says it has it. Any word on how the press is going to get the indictment? It was unsealed at 1:30. Are they going to hand it out? Are they emailing it? Is there a viewing copy that will be photographed? What do you know?
I don't know, Katie. It's not clear right now. I do know that as soon as this hearing is over, which should be moments away, there will be an email from the district attorney's office detailing the charges. It won't have the thoroughness of an indictment. We'll just have to see how they plan on doing that. There is a question of whether or not it was being kept sealed or not, and we just don't have an answer for that. But we can expect to hear, to see more details of the charges once that press release from the district attorney comes out immediately following this hearing. And then right after that, expected around 3:30. It's almost 3:30 now, so that'll be pushed back. DA Bragg is going to have a press conference here.
And do you know if he'll be taking questions from reporters?
We don't know that. We were just discussing that before the hearing started. He gave a statement after the guilty verdict in the Trump payroll corp trial. He just gave a statement. He didn't take any questions, but we feel in this situation, he's almost obliged to take questions.
Donald Trump went into that room. You see the picture on the right of him between his lawyers at 2:28 p.m. So we're coming up 55 minutes since he went in there. We thought this was going to be fairly brief. We are waiting on the left of your screen to see him coming out.
Yeah.
Andrew Weissman, I'm going to ask you, but first let me ask Adam Reese. Do we know what's going on still inside that courtroom?
I can explain part of the delay. Just before we got into President Trump's specific case and indictment, a media attorney stood up and spoke for about 10 minutes and talked about the monumental significance to the public that this case has. And his concern about some of the orders that came out from Judge Merchan yesterday. He understands that there are competing interests, that former President Trump has a right to a thorough defense. But he says we should work on a media plan going forward to avoid chaos. The indictment should be made public. He asked that all media, anything, all discovery be made public promptly. And he also said he wants to make sure people can see President Trump's facial expressions going forward. So we asked, could we put some reporters in the jury box? That's not uncommon. Oftentimes, if there's extra room, they will allow reporters to sit in the jury box. This would allow them to see President Trump's facial expressions. Talked about laptops. Judge Mershon, in his order last night, said you can bring phones, laptops, types of electronics into the courtroom, but you can't use them. That wasn't typical for this judge.
What?
But the
What's
judge
the point
said
of having
this
them?
is an unusual, this is a novel case. There's high security here and so forth. Today, we're going to keep it like that, but he did.
Okay, that's not the same guy. That's not Mr. Yellow Tie. Anyway, I just wanted to say, 3:26:30. There was a quick question about sweetheart. 3:26:30. The Wisconsin election today for this it was the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. I think people this card for the reading is a death card. I think people there's judgment. There's the Two of Pentacles and there's a Justice card. I think people are really tired of the extremism on the right. I think that the more conservative candidate is going to come up short. That's what I'm getting. So for what it's worth. All right. All right. So now we're outside. Sniffy just left, I think, says Lucky Girl. Lisa Lisa says quick exit out of the courtroom.
Booking hearing. We're watching some of the
okay. Oh, I see movement.
Cameras as we look at the outside of the
movement
of that court area.
Looks like Boris Epstein.
Yeah, it looks like we can see some of Donald Trump's lawyers as they make their way out. We already got eyes on the former president leaving. We're watching what looks like the phalanx of people making their way out. Yep, Mr. Epstein, who's one of Donald Trump's lawyers and also was a campaign representative, is there. This was a very long hearing. I think Andrew Weissman could speak to this as well because we were commenting on it as we kind of watched and observed. So the point there is, the point here is I've briefly done a few arraignments and bookings in that very room. I will tell folks.
Oh, there he is.
There we see
the
he
looks
president
unhappy.
Walking out after his booking, arraignment, and arrest. Our shot is slightly obscured, but we just, yep, you can see there Donald Trump walking out here at about 3:27 p.m. New York time, completing his arraignment after pleading not guilty in his own voice in this case. We're still waiting on getting the full indictment. So
yeah, and saving whatever he may have to say for tonight when he has that speech at Mar-a-Lago.
Right. So to pick up on what we know now that we didn't know an hour ago, just for context again, and our lawyers have mentioned this, you'll see usually in that room, and I've been in it, bookings where a whole line of people will go through. I mean, it looks like a very fast process. You'll see people go through sometimes 3, 6, 9, 10 minutes. This was an hour on one individual, and that may be okay because there were some extra issues. This is an individual who, according to the proceeding today, was called out for inappropriate and perhaps potentially unlawful conduct towards the justice system, the DA, and the judge. So I want to get Andrew in on all of that. But I would just say what we know now, this was a much, and we're seeing them depart, this was a longer proceeding. It had more issues. And it definitely started with a bang, by which I mean, we'll get into the indictment. But the very fact, Chris, that they were raising the defendant's conduct and potential limitations that might need to be placed on him, and he's the former president of the United States, that's extraordinary. That is an extraordinary aspect of this, even above and beyond the unprecedented nature of the booking, the arraignment of a former president. And so, Andrew, you and I were sort of sidebarring about this. I'd love for you to share with news viewers here what you're thinking.
I really think you're right, that this is an unusual aspect of this, leaving aside that we have the former president of the United States for the first time ever, not just under arrest, having gone through an arraignment. The arraignment time period is striking. And so I'm going to be very curious about what happened during what is essentially those 57 minutes. And I'm curious to see what did the judge do with respect to the protective order, potential gag order? Did he sort of lay out sort of just some guidelines for when he said he took this seriously? Did he go further than that? Because that, you could imagine, took some time. There also could just be security issues. But you could imagine the judge wanting to impress on the defense team the kinds of things that the judge saw, not just only for himself, but really looking at the DA's office. I do think that the fact that the DA raised it, by all accounts, what I'm seeing is the DA being completely fearless in terms of handling this case the way he would anyone else who did this. You saw that in connection with the 2 letters that the DA sent to the House, where Jim Jordan and others had wanted to interfere in the this investigation, and they wrote 2 very strong letters saying essentially back off, but put into very strong but much more legal terms. If these are 34 felonies, that also is the DA being fearless and then raising in court what they would raise with any other defendant who was writing about the DA's wife, and we're getting reports child, and about the judge or the judge's child. That kind of threat is the kind of thing that you'd expect the DA to raise, and it suggests a real fearlessness on the part of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
You know, when Donald Trump mentions somebody's name in a negative way, that person, that is usually followed or can often be followed by vitriol from Donald Trump's supporters, some of that vitriol bordering on or venturing into threats of physical harm. What you're watching right now is Donald Trump's motorcade going back up the FDR north. We'll see if he's going to make a pit stop at Trump Tower, or if he will take that north to what was formerly known as the Triborough Bridge and straight over to LaGuardia and his plane, and then back down to Mar-a-Lago. Likely that is the case. He is scheduled to speak to his supporters, the country, you could say, at 8:15 Eastern tonight. It's what they're calling a primetime address.
Don't care.
Unclear how it will be broadcast, though, since he is no longer the president of the United States. Alvin Bragg will be holding his own news conference, the DA in Manhattan, at 3:45, which is just about 14 minutes from now. Well, he'll be laying out all of the charges and the indictment, where we have yet to see the unsealed indictment and all of the evidence that the DA has collected. We're going to go to Garrett Hake in just a moment. He's in an elevator trying to get out of the courtroom.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Reset. You are watching the Black and Orange Daily Tarot and Astrology channel. I am so happy. I'm so happy. All right. Anyway, so I was going to go, but apparently Bragg is going to read out all of the charges and details in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to lower the desk and have a seat and get a drink and kind of come in for just a part 2 while he's talking. So, yes, uncover the news. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is holding a press conference at the Supreme Civil Court in Manhattan. Mwah. All right. I don't know why he gets such a big motorcade Pegasus. I really don't. He doesn't deserve it. But anyway. All right. Yes, lucky girl. Happy Erasmus, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to turn the sound up. But I'm going to lower my desk and I'm going to get a drink, and we'll watch all the gory details of the chargings at Alvin Bragg's press conference in like 12 minutes. Okay, yay! Intermission. Let's all go. Let me see.
Related to his counsel, Joe Tacopina, who the prosecutor suggested he had previously spoken to attorneys for Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, anyway, I can't think of it. All I can think of is slobby. Trump is slobby. But that doesn't get it. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a snack. Yeah. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a treat. Okay, I'll be back. I might have to grab some ice cream. Oh, this is so good. Okay. Years we've waited. Years. Okay.
Now, the details of that are still going to be worked out, but the gist of it here is that Mr. Trump and his attorneys would not be allowed to comment publicly for any purpose other than his defense on elements of discovery that were handed over to them by the prosecution. The judge made it very clear that there was not an ask for a gag order, nor would he provide a gag order if one were requested. And talk about, based on what we know now, that would be an overly restrictive measure, not appropriate, especially given the unique First Amendment concerns around a candidate for president. He did say, however, that if other posts like the ones presented to him in court today were presented to him again in the future, he'd have to look at it more seriously. So very much an issue. He instructed, after a moment for the defense attorneys to argue essentially that witnesses for the prosecution, namely Michael Cohen, have been speaking so publicly about this case for so long and defending Donald Trump as having been frustrated by this process. The judge very calmly kind of admonished the defense and said that frustration is not an excuse for rhetoric that escalates beyond a certain point, and instructed both parties, both the Trump defense team and the former president and the prosecutors, to caution their witnesses, caution the defendant against escalating rhetoric any further. So that's where we are right now. Certainly nothing like a gag order. Discussions ongoing about what the restrictions would be around that discovery. The prosecution team had requested that Mr. Trump could only review evidence turned over in discovery in his own attorney's office. He wouldn't be able to take it with him. He wouldn't be able to make copies. He wouldn't be able to tweet it or post it or hand it over to the media. Defense team says that's still something they are trying to work through, and that would be impractical. They want to do it at Mar-a-Lago. Discussion ongoing. But that's where we landed on the evidence question.
We have gotten the indictment, and we're printing it right now. It'll be distributed to all of our teams, and we're going to go through it all together. Garrett, can you tell us, it's 16 pages, can you tell us a little bit about what Donald Trump was like, his demeanor in that courtroom?
Very focused. He walked very slowly and deliberately down the center hallway in the courtroom when he came in. And I have to just back up and say, the security in this courtroom was unlike anything I had ever seen. Now, we knew we would be resistant, but basically the two seats closest to the aisle on either side were blocked off and reserved so no one could sit at them. And at the end of every aisle, mostly the courtroom full of reporters, was an armed court police officer facing us to make sure that all the reporters remained seated. Once Mr. Trump was down that center aisle, making eye contact with some folks along the way, two more officers stood directly behind him, making it almost impossible to see him for the duration of the hearing. But we did see him watching his lawyers quite closely, sometimes with arms crossed, sometimes with hands folded directly in front of him, sort of somberly watching the proceedings. Again, on his way out, trying to kind of keep his eyes straight in front of him, but occasionally looking around, making eye contact with some of the reporters on either side. Forgive me for being a little out of breath. I had to run around the back side of the courthouse to get back over here. Interestingly enough, Mr. Trump was represented by the three lawyers we've been discussing for some time now as part of his defense team. Boris Epstein was also there with him, although he didn't speak, didn't introduce himself on behalf of the court. No Trump family members, no Trump aides, no one else sort of visibly in the former president's side of the courtroom there, just he and his attorney, who entered later than expected. That's 10 minutes after the 2:15 time that we thought we'd first see them. And then the proceedings immediately began. I mean, all of the unique security concerns were very much a part of this. And in fact, became a bit of an issue towards the end of the hearing where you had one of the lawyers for Mr. Trump, forgive me here, I'm coming back around here, Todd Blanche, arguing that the next hearing, which is likely scheduled for December 4th, mark your calendar, Mr. Blanche argued that, given the extraordinary measures necessary to get Donald Trump here to make this happen, perhaps his presence wouldn't be necessary. No, said Judge Merchan. I like my defendants in court, basically. He said, there's something totally unexpected. His expectation would be Donald Trump should be there the next in-person hearing, which would be on motion on December 4th. They also discussed the possibility of a trial date in January of 2024. I don't have to tell anyone on this panel or watching this program, that's when the presidential primary calendar is expected to get started next year. The collision between Trump's legal challenges, the Trump campaign, in stark relief in that courtroom today.
Thank you so much for that, Garrett Haake, who just came out of the courtroom and gave us more information. But again, we have just received a hard copy of this indictment against Donald Trump. It reads at the top, from the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of New York, the people of the State of New York against Donald J. Trump, defendant, just to see that in writing. One of the things that we see as we go through the counts that every one of them seems to mention defraud and conceal. Ari, I couldn't help but notice how quickly you were going through these pages. What jumps out to you?
Yeah, in fact, if we can get Andrew and I have been going through this, so we have it. Can we show this for a second, and then we could go back to whatever else on camera. But I'd love to just show everyone what we've been waiting for. This is the indictment. So we now have it. Everything we've been talking about has been reporting on the court process. Andrew and I were discussing the length of that and the hints from that. We now have the actual indictment, and it does paint a broader picture of Donald Trump's attempts, according to the DA, these are the charges, they're not proven yet, to basically defraud and lie in a business legal sense about what he was up to. I'm reading here from the statement from the district attorney, for example. Here's something that's interesting. It talks about a $30,000 payment to a former Trump Tower doorman who claimed to have a story about, quote, a child Donald Trump had out of wedlock, end quote. Allegation. But this is regarding the underlying incidents that relate to the false business record. So under the law, the issue is, according to the state of New York, the people of New York here, represented by the DA, whether that constitutes a crime. In this case, a falsifying record. But I would say that is a different type of incident and allegation than, for example, Ms. Daniels. Again, this is in one instance, again, the allegation, a company that's a separate corporation, not the Trump Organization, American Media Inc., paid, quote, $30,000 to a former Trump Tower doorman who claimed to have a story about a child Trump had out of wedlock, end quote, allegation, not proven.
I need to interrupt you because Trump's lawyers are speaking now outside the courthouse.
Sure.
Let's take a listen.
Country, you don't expect this to happen to somebody who was the president of the United States. And on the one hand, there's not really any surprises. I know there was a lot of talk over the past several weeks and the past several days about what's going to be in this indictment and what's going to be there that we don't know. There must be something besides what we've been talking about for the past 4 or 5 years. There wasn't. There's nothing. The indictment itself is boilerplate. It doesn't allege any federal crime, any state crime that's been violated. It doesn't allege what the false statement is. And it's really disappointing. It's sad, and we're going to fight it. We're going to fight it hard.
Were you surprised? Were you surprised by anything in the indictment?
No.
How about you, Joe? Were you surprised?
Yeah, I was surprised there were no facts in there. I mean, normally in an indictment you have alleged facts. So they said that this was a false business record entry to aid and abet another crime. We're not saying what the other crime was.
Can you talk about his demeanor? How was he doing?
Trump's reaction was when he saw the charges against him.
When you say what his reaction was, what do you expect his reaction was? I mean, his reaction was exactly what would happen if it happened to anybody that I'm looking at now or anybody that's hearing what you're saying. He's frustrated, he's upset, but I'll tell you what, he's motivated, and it's not going to stop him, and it's not going to slow him down, and it's exactly what he expected. And so to that extent, there's no surprise. But he's also upset and frustrated and disappointed and mad that this happened.
What about the warnings against his rhetoric on Twitter? What was the former president's
There was not a warning. What do you mean?
From the judge talking about
the judge did not warn. The district attorney made a statement addressing what they perceived to be, I'm not sure what the words they use, inappropriate rhetoric of some sort. Obviously we responded, and the judge just took it in. The judge didn't warn. He asked the parties to consider what they're saying and not saying.
Guys, he did not admonish the president.
There was no admonishment.
That the president not use language that would incite violence or civil unrest.
He did not request that the president not use language. He requested that everybody involved refrain from using language that's inappropriate. And by the way, that includes the witnesses. The witnesses for the people who are talking just
But it
as much.
also includes the former president swinging a baseball bat at the head of the Manhattan DA.
Well, I don't know where you got that because if
That was a tweet sent out by the former president.
No, it wasn't. And first of all, that picture was not him swinging a baseball bat. I mean, if you want to distort the facts, go right ahead. I won't address that. Yes, it is. He wasn't swinging a baseball bat at anyone's head. That was a picture of him showing off an American-made bat. But someone else put a picture of the district attorney next to him, and in an article posted that. That's not his article. That's not his photo.
Not using language that incites
Guys, here's what we're going to talk about today. Here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the insufficiency of this case. And I will say this to you. Today's unsealing of this indictment shows that the rule of law died in this country. Because while everyone is not above the law, no one's below it either.
This guy is
and
so
if this
bad.
man's name was
He's
not
such
Donald
a
J. Trump,
terrible
there is
lawyer.
no scenario we'd all be here today. Please understand that based on these charges.
What are we going to get tonight in these weeks?
When?
Tonight.
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
What are we going to hear?
What? I don't know. You'll hear
You
it.
should tune in and you'll hear it.
We know.
Prosecution wanted a trial in January. Did you think that was realistic?
No.
Can you guys talk about, there's a
No,
lot of
I don't think
speculation about the unity among the defense attorneys.
Look at this.
There's
Look
a
at
lot
us.
Is that why you chose
Look.
to do this?
To come out together. We chose to come out together so we could speak with one voice. But there is no disunity here. That's gossip and it's nonsense. We've been working together and we will be working together.
And this, to me, quite frankly, is the best team I've ever worked with, the lawyers. I'm honored to be working with these guys. It's a family, it's a team, and we have one mission.
He's
and we'll
lying.
achieve
You
that
can
mission.
tell he's lying.
What's your next move?
I'm gonna go home and have some food.
What about the change of venue stuff? When do we?
I mean, we're gonna start fighting the case. I didn't mean to be flippant.
When do you start filing motions? I'm assuming one of the first things you're going to
The
do.
judge set a motion schedule.
To dismiss. I assume that'll be
the judge set a motion schedule that requires motion files in 4 months. So that's when we'll be filing motions.
This whole notion about how this is sort of like a novel, or do you?
It's not a notion. It's actually a fact. It's never been charged
talk
before.
about that. But like,
There's nothing else to say except the district attorney. This office has existed for decades and decades, and you can find one if you'd like. You'll never see a charge like this ever.
You understand
this case?
You understand this? As simple as this: a state prosecutor is prosecuting a federal election law violation that doesn't exist according to federal election law officials. It's as simple as that. That you could sum it all up like that.
Will there be anything else in your motion to dismiss?
That we haven't even come
what about the
close to
change of
solving.
venue? There's all this talk. Can someone address that now?
The defendant could potentially post discovery on social media. Will you commit that your client will do that?
That won't happen. And more than us committing, he's committed. We're not here to play
What
games.
have you
We're
said
winning.
to your client about posting on social media? Have you given him?
We're not having any discussion about what we told her.
What
Are you
about the-
surprised the mention of two women?
Answer this question about the change of venue. There's a lot of
It's premature.
right. So why is he talking about that? Why is he trying to move this to a place
So
like Staten Island?
once again, we're 3 lawyers here to litigate and fight this case. We're not PR consultants. We're not social media consultants. Donald Trump has made one hell of a brand and became president of the United States with his social media and posts and everything else, his messages. We are here to talk about the case and litigate cases. We can't address what he posts or what he wants to post or did post.
But as his attorneys, have you told him to stop posting this rhetoric,
So
these
what I
messages
said
about
before
the
was
judge?
we can't, literally, we
Yeah.
can't tell you what we've discussed with
No,
our
I
client.
understand,
So
but are
that's
you
the answer.
concerned that he's continuing to
I'm
go
concerned
after
at
the
all.
judge, talking about the judge's wife, talking about the family? I mean,
I don't think
any
the judge
other
was concerned about it.
Yeah, but any other defendant, wouldn't you be like?
Any other defendant wouldn't be
He's
here
not
today.
going after the judge. He is not going after the judge. He commented that he thought that there were some issues that may cause a conflict. That's not going after the judge. He is not threatening the judge. He is not going after the
Right, he's
judge.
going after the
He has
DA.
said that the DA, he is angry because the DA has brought a case that is unjustified. And so I'm not going to comment on it. You may disagree with the way he spoke,
Can
but
you
he
talk
is
about the
angry.
process? Was he fingerprinted? Was there a
I'm not going to
mugshot?
talk about it.
Was there a
In fact,
mugshot?
I think that thank you
What
for your
about
attention.
fingerprinting?
What was his message?
Are you
supporters gathered here?
All right, Donald Trump's lawyers right there trying
That
to
was
say that
really
Donald Trump has not
bad.
been going after the judge, hasn't been going after or threatening anybody involved, that the baseball bat picture that was tweeted out by Donald Trump was just Trump showing off an American-made baseball bat. Here's one of his last truth posts on the judge. Very unfair venue with some areas that voted 1% Republican. This case should be moved to nearby Staten Island. Would be a very fair and secure location for the trial. Additionally, the highly partisan judge and his family are well-known Trump haters. He was an unfair disaster on a previous Trump-related case, wouldn't recuse, gave horrible jury instructions, impossible to deal with during the witch hunt trial. His daughter worked for Kamala, and now the Biden-Harris campaign kangaroo court. Also, in terms of the evidence that the lawyers say was not presented, I just want to read a little bit from the statement of facts from DA Alvin Bragg, who, by the way, will be holding a press conference in a moment, and we will go there as soon as it begins. But here's from the statement of facts. From August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects. In order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business records of various entities in New York. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of this scheme. They lay out the $130,000 payment to an adult film actress to prevent her from publicizing a sexual encounter with the defendant. They also say that lawyer A, who is identified as Michael Cohen, through a series of monthly checks, was reimbursed by Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, the defendant's trust, a trust created under the laws of New York, which held the Trump Organization entity assets after the defendant was elected president, and then from the defendant's bank account. There are a number of pages in this. Ari Melber was talking a moment ago about a $30,000 payment to a doorman, which we had not heard before. There's also suppressing a second woman's account, that is Karen McDougal. I'm going to bring in Joyce Vance. Let's talk about this, Joyce. And again, remind our viewers that these payments happened at the end of the campaign when the Access Hollywood tape was out, when he was going after a Miss Universe pageant winner, it came out that he had called her chubby, when he had issues with women, and the campaign was worried that women would not support him. That's the time that these payments were made. What do you make of what the lawyers just tried to argue there in the court of public opinion?
Well, the court of public opinion won't do them a lot of good, because ultimately it's a Manhattan jury that will decide on these allegations. And based on what we're seeing now in the indictment and the statement of facts, it's a little bit confusing, because there are two documents that have come out of the Manhattan DA's office. One is the indictment. It contains 34 charges of falsifying business records. The statement of fact, though, is a little bit broader, and it explains what you're alluding to, this notion that this was about the election, it was about the campaign, that Donald Trump was faltering as the election drew close because of the Access Hollywood tape, and that, as the statement of facts explains, he embarked upon a scheme. It's conspiracy language, although we don't see a conspiracy count in the indictment itself, saying that he embarked upon this scheme that was designed to keep more of these stories from coming to light. And we know the context, no matter what his lawyers try to argue to the court of public opinion, is that this was all about controlling damage in a campaign environment. In other words, this indictment really is Trump's origin story as a candidate trying to manipulate elections, trying to keep damaging information from coming to light. I think in many ways, the allegation being made by Trump's lawyers that there were no surprises in here, nothing new to look at, is really belied by what we read in this statement of facts, which talks much more broadly than Stormy Daniels. It talks about another woman. It talks about an additional effort to catch and kill stories that could have been damaging to the former president as the election approached. And overall, it is a very compelling case that's made in this statement of facts for why this indictment is important. It is not the sort of indictment that you can shrug off as a political effort to damage a former and future candidate. It is the sort of core allegation that any prosecutor would bring in a situation where you see this evidence of fraud not only being used internally on internal records, but being used with the goal of committing other crimes. Here, lots of tax violations that are apparent. And one of the most compelling things we see in the indictment is the repetition, time after time. These counts all mirror each other. It's not one accidental incident of conduct. It's not one time the records are incorrect. It is time after time after time, most of these counts being charged on different days.
Daniel Horowitz, as we wait to hear from Alvin Bragg, that could happen at any minute now. We have just learned from our producer are on the scene. That December 4th is the next in-person hearing date. What happens between now and then? What would you expect is going on inside the Trump legal team and inside the prosecutor's office?
So just in terms of scheduling, I mean, I think we heard that there's got to be worked out the schedule regarding discovery. Clearly, this became an issue and was probably one of the reasons why the arraignment, which is ordinarily 10 or 15 minutes, took so long. There's a lot of discovery, and clearly the prosecutor is very concerned about the disclosure of grand jury testimony, witnesses' statements, and all sorts of information that they're concerned that the president, now defendant Trump, will use inappropriately, particularly because of the threats that he's made publicly about the district attorney's office, the case, as well as the district attorney himself and the district attorney's wife. So what I'm hearing is that there's got to be a schedule worked out among the defendant's legal team and the prosecutors for discovery. And then in 4 months, the defense will have an opportunity to file whatever motions they're going to file, change the venue and try to get to another court, and then ultimately to dismiss the indictment. The prosecution will then have 4 months to reply to those motions, and that takes you pretty much toward the end of the year. You need some time for the judge to make a ruling, and that's the reason why you've got a December 4th date for the next appearance where defendant Donald Trump will appear, and the judge will render a ruling on whatever motions defendant Trump decides to file.
Daniel Horowitz. Daniel, thank you very much for joining us. And what you're seeing on your screen right now is Donald Trump's motorcade. They are now in Queens, New York, headed toward LaGuardia Airport, where Donald Trump will get on his plane, his Trump plane, and head back to Mar-a-Lago. Again, he'll be making an address of his own at 8 o'clock tonight. I think it's notable that he never addressed cameras other than a thumbs up or a wave today, not at Trump Tower, not in the courtroom, not afterwards, never addressed cameras. I know there was discussions within the Trump team about whether he should. And Donald Trump at one point even talking, according to New York Times reporting, about he should make a bigger show of it, reveling in the idea of wanting a perp walk. Let's talk about what we're finding a little bit more in this indictment as we await Alvin Bragg. Joyce, I want to talk about the tax issue here. Joe Tacopina and Donald Trump's lawyers are all saying that this is a novel case, that the DA is relying on a state crime over a federal crime to make it a felony. Does the addition of tax charges here still make it novel, or does it strengthen this case in a different way?
Not nearly as novel as they'd like to make it out to be. This is, as many of the former days from this had told us, it's a bread and butter charge for this office. While it could have been novel had there been certain ways that the charges were presented, this is pretty much driving straight up the mainstream here, to charge it in this way, to include tax charges that are clear violations of New York law. And look, something that prosecutors will do in an indictment where some charges are very clear and others may require litigation down the road because there's not legal clarity, is we'll make sure that there's a sufficient grounding so that any convictions that they obtain can be affirmed on appeal. It's very clear in this indictment that there are some bread and butter charges that use crimes to accelerate the misdemeanor into a felony that will withstand scrutiny.
And so in our final minutes here, Katie Tur, let's just recap what we saw, the extraordinary amount of information that came out. You just talked about in both the indictment and in the statement of facts, but also a Donald Trump who, according to his lawyers, is sad and disappointed and frustrated and upset and mad. And I'm sure he will express some of that tonight when he has his say. As you pointed out, unusually for him, quiet, having nothing to say, either leaving Trump Tower earlier today, going into that courthouse, or leaving that courthouse and going directly to Queens. But the bottom line here is that in a courtroom today, on behalf of the state, they charge Mr. Trump falsified business records as part of an illegal conspiracy to aid his campaign, and Katie, to undermine the election.
And what we just saw a moment ago, we
glorious.
changed the DA's press conference. We're waiting on that. But we're
Glorious.
seeing in that image Donald Trump at the defendant's table. Donald Trump as a criminal defendant, a former president for the first time in our history as a criminal defendant indicted. And we should note, this could be the first of other indictments,
Yes,
potentially many
exactly.
other indictments,
Yeah.
2 special counsel investigations, an investigation by the DA in Georgia, all currently pending. What happens with them? We're going to have to wait to find out. Who knows how long? Potentially very soon, though. That's going to wrap up our special coverage of Donald Trump's arraignment. Thank you very much for joining me and Andrea Mitchell and Chris Jansing for these last 4 hours. Deadline White House starts right now.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. It's all happening. The gang is all here with you on a history-making afternoon. Just so you're aware, and in case I really interrupt any of the brilliant minds we've assembled to talk us through the next 2 hours, in a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is expected to address this newly unsealed indictment of the twice impeached, now indicted ex-president Donald J. Trump. It'll be the first time we hear from him since Trump turned himself into law enforcement this afternoon. We will bring Alvin Bragg's remarks to you live as soon as they begin. Wait, a lot is happening at this moment, including developments in just the last few minutes. We now have our hands on the actual indictment, and it's a doozy. It has just been unsealed. People are still going through it, processing it. It has just been made public. You can read along with us if you want to. Importantly, it includes 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the lead up to the 2016 presidential election. We understand, thanks to our NBC News colleagues there in the courtroom, that it was Trump himself, in his own voice, pleaded not guilty today. The former president is right now on his way to LaGuardia Airport. He's going to take off in his plane, fly to Mar-a-Lago, blah, blah, blah. Prosecutors this afternoon shared with the judge a number of examples, though, of online threats that have been made by Trump in the past few weeks in order to make a case that this type of hostile rhetoric could spoil a jury pool, among other things. Reading this indictment along with us, we have New York Times investigative reporter Suzanne Craig. She's been covering Trump and his finances for years and helping us understand what we should be looking for. She's over there with her pen. I can't wait to hear what she's underlined. Former FBI General Counsel Andrew Weissman is back. He's been with all of you. We've all been listening to him all afternoon. He investigated Trump during his work on the Mueller probe. John Heilman is with us for the 2 hours. He's executive producer of Showtime's The Circus and host of the Hell and High Water podcast from The Recount. Former Florida Congressman David Jolly's also here. Lucky for us, they're all MSNBC contributors. I was going to say unlucky for you, David Jolly. He's headed to Florida, to your home state. But let's focus on what Alvin Bragg has done. Alvin Bragg has kept secret. Alvin Bragg successfully kept secret really until Donald Trump was inside the courtroom, Andrew Weissman, and that is, I heard you say it first, 34 felony counts of falsifying business records.
Yeah, so one thing that's very interesting in this speculation before we knew these charges was that he would charge some misdemeanors and some felonies. And here, this is a bold indictment. This is 34 felonies. There are no misdemeanors. The people who are saying, is it appropriate for a former president to be charged with a misdemeanor, which, by the way, it should because he's not above the law, that's no longer an issue. These are 34 felony counts, which is, kind of remarkable. As far as I can see, there are 12 general ledger charges, 11 checks that form charges, and 11 invoices. It's a little unclear how they got there. To be fair. If you know, it's not required when you plead something, you can actually plead the actual language of the indictment. This does go further than that because there's an indictment and that has that sort of stripped down, just pleading what the charges are. But then there is a lengthy statement of facts, but it's unclear exactly what the theory is as to how they got to the felonies. It appears that at the very least, it is election crimes. It may also be tax crimes because there are allegations about that. And they definitely go out of their way in the statement of facts to over and over again talk about the evidence that Donald Trump was focusing on the election, that this was not a sort of how do we keep this from Melania Trump? And there seems to be quite a lot of evidence of that, clearly the DA was concerned about that and is making it clear in this document that they're going to be, the felony bump will at least include campaign charges, and they obviously will have evidence that they present to a jury. It'll be up to a jury to decide whether they think that's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So it seems like a very bold indictment in that it is all felonies and 34 of them.
Sue, I've asked you about the IRS, though you have a direct line to them at the end of the day. I think by the end of this, there may be a reason for that. Let me just read the introduction of this because it invokes the legitimacy of our questions about the IRS. Off the bat, the defendant Donald Trump repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging information from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. There's your campaign-related crimes. From August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential language into a report that is almost verbatim what SDM described on the words coordinated, directed, but same evidence. He did so by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects. In order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in the business record of various entities in New York. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme. So it sounds like more than, or maybe in addition to witnesses, this was a document-reliant investigation.
Right, and we don't yet know how that's going to be charged, if it's going to be. But normally when you falsify business records, there can be reasons that you do it for not tax purposes. But in this case, it just didn't make sense that they're falsifying a business record and then not having it sort of flow into the tax arena. Donald Trump had just cut this check out of his personal account and it would have, he could have called it a day. They decided to bleed it into the Trump organization. And then it becomes, so what did they do? And you can see when you go into the indictment, they look at the arrangement that Michael Cohen made with Alan Weiselberg, who is the former CFO of the Trump organization, now sitting at Rikers Island for other issues. And it says here, the Trump organization CFO and lawyer A, being Michael Cohen, agreed to a repayment of $420,000. And this is like an umbrella payment to Michael Cohen. They reached that figure by adding a $130,000 payment to a $50,000 payment for another expense for which lawyer A also claimed as a reimbursement. So they go through this, but then they gross it up, and it says here to the Trump organization's CFO then doubled that amount to $360,000. So lawyer A recognized the payment as income tax on returns, and that's where it gets to the crime, is that it wasn't what it said, and then they put it onto so it could, Michael Cohen could then use it for income on his returns.
You and I were on television together with Michael Cohen when, right ahead of Weiselberg's sentencing, when this question of grossing up payments came up, and the sort of the black box at that point was whether it had, as you just described, whether it also led them to lie on their taxes about where that money had gone. It appears this goes some distance in answering that question.
Yeah, I always think when you look at a tax return, even when you file your tax return, there's a box where if you've received a bribe, you have to check it so that
I use that every year.
So they can either come after you and arrest you for the bribe, or they've got a record of it if down the road.
You have to pay taxes on it.
Yeah, you got to pay taxes on it, and then they'll come and get you.
That's amazing. Is it near the tip box?
But this is sort of a piece of that. I mean, he had a hush money payment. It wasn't a legal fee, and then it flowed through.
Yes, Valerie, satisfying the
I
words.
want to just say one thing about what's on our screen, not related to Donald Trump, but related to Alvin Bragg, who really is the man of the hour. He's creating charts and graphs. He has the intention to graphically do some of the storytelling for us non-lawyers. Andrew Weissman, what do you expect? And this is just a remarkable thing to see. Let me just stop on this board. Someone had to go to a printer and have something printed that says "People versus Donald J. Trump." The country's last president is now a criminal defendant.
Yes, he is.
Facing 34 felony charges.
You know, I was asked earlier today by Katie Chur a similar question about raising in court the concern about the danger to the judge and to the district attorney and their families. And you really have to step back. There's just the unreality of seeing something that says the people versus Donald Trump. We may soon see one that says the United States versus Donald Trump. And the idea that this is not an organized crime case where you're worried about the safety of the DA, the judge, the jurors, the grand jurors, the witnesses. This is the former president of the United States. I mean, I was on the special counsel investigation. I understand that about threats that were made. It still is breathtaking that you're in this situation. And, you know, reading something that is both tawdry and scary at the same time. And the final thought I have is, I know a lot of people say this is a sad day, but I know that for the DA's office, they're viewing this as the sadness is the fact of sort of this disgrace of the presidency. That happened long before today. And this is really restoration of the rule of law in light of what had happened.
John Heilman, I want to bring you in. I want to apologize ahead of time because it is highly likely they'll have to interrupt you. We've been given a 2-minute warning that DA Alvin Bragg will start, but we'll spend some time on this, not in the aspect of how Trump and his new TV lawyers framed it. But in terms of what Andrew Weissman just said, that because of our reliance on norms in our politics and because of their complete and absolute failure to protect any institution from Donald Trump and the bleep storm that he ushered in, we had a real conversation between prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys with the judge about the climate. Is that the right word for it? The conversation being fueled by Trump.
Yes, Roxana. Look, 34 felonies.
Andrew used the word, I heard him say it earlier, it's breathtaking, and he said it again just now about the fact that that's the kind of conversation you're having, and that Trump has so often been analogized to a organized crime figure, to a mobster, to behaving in those ways. To see now in a formal legal setting exactly the kinds of conversations taking place and exactly the kinds of protections being necessary for jurors that you would have seen in cases that Andrew prosecuted way back when in the Eastern District against the Gottis, the Gambinos. It makes it not metaphorical anymore. It starts to feel much more tangible in the context of a judge issuing the kinds of stern, we don't know exactly what he said so far. We have to get more reporting about exactly what those exchanges were, but the way in which it's being characterized is being taken very seriously, as of course it should be. I'll also say one other thing about this, as you read this document. I mean, Andrew makes the point that there are some real questions and hopefully DA Bragg will be asked them about trying to tie together some things about how he gets to federal, how he gets to.
Here we go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned on a New York Supreme Court indictment returned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Under New York state law, it is a felony to falsify business records with intent to defraud and an intent to conceal another crime. That is exactly what this case is about. 34 false statements made to cover up other crimes. These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct. The defendant repeatedly made false statements on New York business records. He also caused others to make false statements. The defendant claimed that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. This simply was not true. And it was a false statement that the defendant made month after month in 2017. April, May, June, and so on through the rest of the year. For 9 straight months, the defendant held documents in his hand containing this key lie, that he was paying Michael Cohen for legal services performed in 2017. And he personally signed checks for payments to Michael Cohen for each of these 9 months. In total, the grand jury found there were 34 documents with this critical false statement. Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election. Donald Trump, executives at the publishing company American Media Incorporated, Mr. Cohen, and others agreed in 2015 to a catch and kill scheme. That is, a scheme to buy and suppress negative information to help Mr. Trump's chance of winning the election. As part of this scheme, Donald Trump and others made 3 payments to people who claimed to have negative information about Mr. Trump. To make these payments, they set up shell companies, and they made yet more false statements, including, for example, in AMI, American Media Incorporated's business records. One of the 3 people that they paid to keep quiet was a woman named Stormy Daniels. Less than 2 weeks before the presidential election, Michael Cohen wired $130,000 to Stormy Daniels' lawyer. That payment was to hide damaging information from the voting public. The participant scheme was illegal. The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap, and the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements about his payments to Mr. Cohen. He could not simply say that the payments were a reimbursement for Mr. Cohen's payments to Stormy Daniels. To do so, to make that true statement, would have been to admit a crime. So instead, Mr. Trump said that he was paying Mr. Cohen for fictitious legal services in 2017 to cover up actual crime committed the prior year. And in order to get Michael Cohen his money back, they planned one last false statement. In order to complete the scheme, they planned to mischaracterize the repayments to Mr. Cohen as income to the New York State tax authorities. The conduct I just described and that which was charged by the grand jury is felony criminal conduct in New York State. True, accurate business records are important everywhere, to be sure. They are all the more important in Manhattan, the financial center of the world. That is why we have a history in the Manhattan DA's office of vigorously enforcing white-collar crime. My office, including the talented prosecutors you saw at arraignment earlier, has charged hundreds of felony falsifying business records. This charge, it can be said, is the bread and butter of our white-collar work. And fraud presents itself in all different forms here in Manhattan. We have charged falsifying business records for those who violated federal bank secrecy laws. We have charged falsifying business records for those who were seeking to cover up sex crimes. And we have brought this charge for those who committed tax violations. Or This case today is one with allegations like so many of our white collar cases. Allegations that someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable. As this office has done time and time again, we today uphold our solemn responsibility to ensure that everyone stands equal before the law. No amount of money and no amount of power changes that enduring American principle. I'll now take questions.
So we're going to take a limited number of questions. There are no follow-up questions. One question to the reporter. I will call on you. And again, we have limited time. Thank you. First question will be Rick.
I think everything else is going on right now. Some argue that this is a political move. You're not going to be a political person.
Investigations. I've been doing this for 24 years and I'm no stranger to rigorous, complex investigations. I bring cases when they're ready. Having now conducted a rigorous, thorough investigation, the case was ready to be brought, and it was brought.
Thank you. Mr. Bragg, the indictment says that there were 34 false business records. And they would then conceal another crime, but the indictment does not specifically say what those crimes were. We are assuming perhaps that they might be election related. I'm wondering if you can specify what laws were also broken.
Sure. So let me say as an initial matter, the indictment doesn't specify that because the law does not so require. In my remarks, I mentioned a couple of laws, which I will highlight now. The first is New York State election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. I further indicated a number of unlawful means, including more additional false statements, including statements that were planned to be made to tax authorities. I also noted the federal election law cap on contribution limits.
But why weren't there those crimes charged? Why weren't he charged with those crimes?
Well, I'm not going to go into our deliberative process on what was brought. The charges that were brought were the ones that were brought. The evidence in the law is the basis for those decisions.
Hi, Jeni, you had expressed a year ago that you had some reservations about the case's readiness. Can you talk to us about what were some of the questions in your mind that needed to be answered in order to bring a case, this magnitude?
I'm not going to go chapter and verse into. I will say is, I believe the time period you're talking about, I've been in office for a couple of months. The investigation, in my view, was not concluded into the conduct in particular that is the basis for the charges today. Since that time, we've had more evidence made available to the office and opportunity to meet with additional witnesses. So as I said earlier, I've been doing this for 24 years. I don't bring cases prior to a thorough and rigorous investigation. Now, having done so, the case has been brought.
Mr. Bragg, Garrett Hake with NBC News. Your predecessor took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Federal prosecutors took a hard look at this case and decided not to charge it. Do you believe you have new evidence that led you to decide to charge this, or why now?
Well, as I just mentioned, we have had available to the office additional evidence that's not in the office's possession prior. And to part of your question about the federal, we have a distinct and strong, I would say profound, independent interest in New York State. This is the business capital of the world. We regularly do cases involving false business statements. The bedrock, in fact, the basis for business integrity and a well-functioning business marketplace is true and accurate record keeping. That's the charge that's brought here, falsifying New York State business records.
Thank you. Bragg, I'm just going to read back one line from your statement facts. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of payments and furtherance of the scheme. Do you allege former President Trump was one of the participants who mischaracterized the payments for tax purposes?
I'm not going to go beyond the plain language statement.
I don't think he's going to say anything else. Honestly.
Can you please comment on strict
I'm gonna
state election law, including actions that are charged with indictment?
So the charge is falsifying business records. The charge requires, as I specified, criminal conduct that was concealed. One of the concealed crimes we allege is New York State election law. I sort of went through in our statement of facts, which I think many of you have in front of you,
Yeah, I think
goes
we're good.
through things including
All right, that's gonna do it for me. I've been on for 4.5 hours, and thank you so much for being here with me. We've waited for years for this. This has been extraordinary. This is history. This is karma. This is our way to justice. And whatever absolute garbage comes out of Trump's mouth later tonight, who cares? So anyway, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you have the best day. I will be right back here tomorrow, and just glorious. Thank you. All right, I'll see you at noon Chicago time tomorrow. Yay! Take care. Mwah.
which is, additional false statements separate apart from the charged ones in AM